I'm making a tea and I will be joining here. Very soon I will be sitting down. But I thought, let's get this live going. Please do join us and like, share, and subscribe. Okay, I am still setting up, so please do join in and start getting started with the chat. I'm making a tea so I can sit down with it. I have a bit of a sore throat, dry throat situation. It has been cold and a little bit extreme weather here in Boston, but not too bad. And with the thanks to the universe, it's been so far okay. So I figured I'll sit down with the tea so that I don't have to get up. Hello everybody. Please do join in, like, share, and subscribe. A like, a share, and a subscribe would be most amazing, peoples. Hello, Sajja. Hello, Sajjad, Bughairy. Hello, Baji. Hello. Hello. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh, and where is the book we will be covering from? We will be doing this book, and we will get to the dark energy topic tonight. We will talk about astronomy, astrophysics, physics, and cosmology. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We will be discussing Astrophysics for People in a Hurry by Neil deGrasse Tyson, as well as drinking some tea, catching up and chatting with everybody, hanging out, chit-chatting, saying hi, and shout-outs to everybody. And then we will get started with the topic. Why can't you be seen? Because I'm on the other side of this island. I will be with you, sitting down in just 1 second. I want to see you, not your book. You will, my love. You certainly will. Okay. I am here. See how I'm here? Indeed, I am here. I was putting some lip balm on. See this thing, Burt's Bees. I had to put that on. I had to brush my hair. Hello, my loves. Do I have a booger in my eye? No? Thank gosh. Hello, 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 hello. I took a nap in Ibiza. I took a nap and I'm not even sure what day it is, what time it is, and what place this is and who I am and what I'm gonna be doing. I do think that I will be speaking of astrophysics, but I took a nap and I don't know who I am anymore. Happy New Year in advance. Hello, C Brown. C Brown is saying, are you here? Rohit is saying, hey, were you on FLP? FLP? What is that? Mohit, hello. Happy New Year in advance. It's yesterday. Yeah, pretty sure it's yesterday because after taking this nap, I'm not real sure who I am anymore. And what I am and what place is this and what day is it? All of it is unknown to me. Did I brush my hair? I think I did. Hello, the Prodigy 4430. Hello, Reza. Where are you from? Hey, I've realized that today, yesterday, and tomorrow is just a trap. Optimistic like, hello. Are you on drugs? No, this is my normal form. This is just how I am normally, my darling. It is just how I am normally. I put on a dress for you guys. I put on a dress in Ibiza. And I took a shower. Even though I napped a lot today. Do you see my dress? I forgot to put my jewelry on. How do I look now? Hello, Edinburgh. I love it there. I love Edinburgh, my darlings. So, I took a nap. I forgot who I am, where I am, what time it is, and what place is this. I've napped a lot tonight. / today. But I did take a shower. I forgot to put my jewelry on. I'm brushing my hair. And I'm getting reoriented and resituated. Oh yeah, that is some good tea, guys. That is some good tea. Good tea. Soon here we will be talking about oh yeah, guys, can you please like, share, and subscribe? Can you like, share, and subscribe? Can we get 20 likes? Can we get 20 likes? Can we get 20 likes? Are any of my mods here? It's been very dry this winter. It's been very dry this winter. Very dry. Thank you for the emojis. Thank you. Like, share, and subscribe, please. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the likes. Please do like, share, and subscribe. Excuse me, please. I need to put that in the comments. Hello, Zach. Ooh, boy. Okay, let me make sure that the system buttons are buttoning. Salam. Hello, Zach. Hello, Emil Morales. As soon as someone does a gift, I'm gonna do the top fans and announce the top 20 fans of the live. Please do like, share, and subscribe. Give us some likes, some subscribes. Thank you, darling. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. La la la. All right, what did I call this live? Dark Energy with Oindree and Baji. Join us, study with me. I love you, I love you, I love you. One second, please. We will be reading your comments and doing the dark energy discussion. Oh Priya, oh Priya, Priya. Oh, tum sa nahi koi Priya. Oh Priya, oh Priya, Priya. Oh, tum sa nahi koi Priya. Open. Sasam. Tu kuch rahe jo bhi de. Are my friends here yet? Shout at me. Shout at me. Shout at me. Shout at me. Oh, Priya, oh, Priya, Priya. Ah. Hello, Manis. Hello, Russell. Acacia. Hello, Acacia. Hello, my darling friend. Are you here? Hello, Javier. Javier. Hello. Hello, Javier. Hello, Avin. Hello, Paula. Hello, Manche. Radhe Radhe Ram Ram. Jai Mata Di. Har Har Mahadev. Har Har Mahadev. Hello, Paula. Paula, are you the Paula from Germany? Then yes, I do remember you, my darling. Happy holidays, Lindsay, Tim, Eveline, Yusuf, David, Baby Bubba, Zach, Lord, Sky Baron, Yusuf, Thank you, darlings. Did you like, share, and subscribe? Did you subscribe? Hello, Javier. I'm at the bar scrolling and heard my name. Hello, Oindree B. Javier! I am good. Once I see you, I am terribly good. I am. I am good. I am. Hello, Joe Dirt. Hello, Arcturian. Hello, Ramarito. If I name a meteor after you, can we go on a date? Name the meteor first and then let me know. Hello, Ligmag 9000. Dolphin. I'm a dolphin. I'm a dolphin. Ahmed is saying I'm pregnant and I'm giving birth now. Hello, Ahmed. Good luck with that, my darling. Hi, Key. Hello. Slim Lim. Hello. Paula Toma is saying, remember that I said I would draw you. I finished it. You make blue look good. Thank you. You make blue look good. Well, thank you, my darling. Javier is saying radiant hair this evening tonight, my darling. Do you like orange juice? Hello, Oogly. La 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 la. What's that song again? I'm still in all caps. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. Do you guys know what song I'm talking about? Let's talk physics and Oppenheimer. Ace Ventura. When calculations meet creativity. Hello, it's Tricky. Hello, Deep Space. The song is called Elmo La 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 La. Is your smile real? I love the Indian voice. It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. How was your Christmas? Hello, my fellow like-minded individuals who shares a common hobby of dark matter. So tonight, you legit look like you smell amazing. Oh, thank you. I do smell good. Because I take showers. I do. I take showers. But what is this song? I really need to get it out of my system. What is this song that I'm thinking of? La 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 la. Oh, I know which. I think it's from that movie. What was that movie again? It's got Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika in it. Chennai Express. Okay, one answer down. Chennai Express is the movie. Now, Chennai Express is the movie. Now, what is the songs in that Chennai Express movie? Titli song. There we go. See, this is how I gotta do, man. Because I haven't seen a movie in so long. I'm just so out of touch. Ban ke titli dil uda, uda, uda. Hey, kahin dur. That one. This is the song that came to my head in a tune-like form, and I couldn't find the lyrics, and I didn't know the words, and I didn't even know the song, but I just remembered that it had Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone in it. So then I googled Shah Rukh Deepika movies, and I saw Chennai Express, and then I was like, oh yeah, that is Chennai Express. Then I googled Chennai Express songs, and then I saw this song called Titli here, and now I have Titli lyrics.
According to Wikipedia, Chennai Express is the
Hey
soundtrack
Google,
album.
Stop it! That scared me. Somebody known as GOOGLE scared me. There was suddenly a man talking in my house. I'm so scared. Don't talk to me. That was so scary. Excuse me, I just need to get this song out of my system, okay? Whew. This is what happens when I talk to you guys, Someone starts talking. Someone starts talking back, and it's not fun. Is my hair a mess? God. Thank you for the gift, Nate. Thank you. This lipstick is very bright, so I just put a little bit. I'm still calming down from the Google scare. I'm looking at it to see if it lit up. This Google Mini was sent to me by Google as a gift, actually. I didn't have to buy it. I like when I get things that I don't have to buy and spend my freaking money on. I don't know why Google gave me this Google Mini. Actually, to be honest, I am a Google Local Guides. Maybe I'm a Google Local Guides, and I also like work with Google. So it could be, honestly, I can't remember. It was a while ago that they just sent me a Google Mini. And ever since, it's been talking back at me, especially when I don't expect it. That was so scary. I don't know what's more scary, a woman voice like that or a man voice. I think a man voice. But if it's a woman, I might think it's me, but with a different word. I think that would be creepier. Okay. Let us deep breathe in and out. This is Lakme Cushion Matte Lipstick. Okay. Cushion Matte. Cushion Matte. Let me see. Oh, thank you, Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew has done a super chat. Thank you. John Foster is saying, like the lipstick, it really adds to your features. Thank you, darling. Mr. Drew has done a $2 super chat. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Mr. Drew. What lipstick is this? Lakme Cushion. I'll tag it since I used it anyway. I found it! Wow. Wow. I don't always find Lakme or the lipstick that I want, that I own, on YouTube shopping, guys, but I just did. Wow. That's kind of cool. Cushion matte. Cushion matte. Cushion matte. I don't know if that's how you say it, but I'm saying it that way. Lakme lipstick. I'll tag it, guys, in case anybody wants to get it for themselves. Because why not? YouTube has given me this ability to tag products. What I do is I just dab it on a little bit. Like that. And then add to my natural lip color. And then not put a lot on, because then it looks kind of like a lip balm look. Oh, and I also put the birds and bees first. Where is that? First I do this. First I take a shower. First I take a shower to get cleaned up and looking good, smelling good, feeling good, doing good. Then I put this pomegranate moisturizing lip balm, birds and bees. No, just birds, bees, sorry. Then I put a bit of color on with this Lakme Cushion Matte. I just put a little bit on, like that. And then I go like this. And then I'm done. You should do a Maybelline commercial. I should. Hi, Priyanshi. Hello, Curtis. Sounds really nice and soft. Can you change different lipsticks? Can we do something different today? Where do you buy the ingredients for this kind of nonsense? Hello, Restem. Hello, John Foster. What is QV? What is that? I don't know. Do you do Greek? What does that mean? That lip gloss will make it slide easier. Oh my God. What is this? Oh my goodness gracious. Is she Indian? Okay. Okay, well, everybody is, hello, William. Hello, Priyanshi. Priyanshi is saying, do you remember me? I don't know if I remember you. Did you like, share, and subscribe? Did you subscribe to the channel, Priyanshi? Hello, Restem. Hello, everybody. Okay. Somebody said, oh yeah, John Foster said, you should do a Maybelline commercial. I really should. Maybelline can send me their products and then I will. Otherwise, I won't. Otherwise, I will just do whatever I have already and tag it on YouTube shopping, which I'm able to do now, guys. By the way, do you see the YouTube shopping? I'm just asking because it's a new feature that I got. And it should be showing up on my lives and shorts and videos. And it's a feature where my audience members can do their shopping directly on YouTube, on my videos, to support me and my channel. So, and you could get the products that you really want, that is like what you want to be buying. So I was excited that I got that new feature at this time, and so I've been using it. You can give me your feedback if you want. That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay, so soon I will be doing the top fans, guys. Can we get 50 likes? Can we get 50 likes? Should I put eyeliner on? I'm like drinking the tea, so the lipstick will probably get off. Hello, John Foster. What is CIM? Wait. Mr. Drew, thank you for the $2. Oh my gosh, Mr. Drew has given another super chat. Mr. Drew is doing a super chat of $2 once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Drew. I will heart and like that. Don't pay attention to those losers. Thank you. Hot sophisticated astrophysicist version. What does that mean? I'm not sure what some of these things mean, actually. Can you change different lipsticks? So I think I'm good for tonight. I just wanted to put something on for the live. Mr. Drew, now I'm gonna go like your first super chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Drew. Thank you, Justin. I actually missed your lives. I've been busy lately. Oh no, well, thank you for being here. I never seen an astrophysicist do a Maybelline commercial before. Well, you're gonna see it now. This is another Lakme product. This is Lakme. This is called Lakme Iconic Black Eyeliner. And we're gonna do a little touch of this as well. So what I do is I just go directly on the waterline. And I am happy to take Maybelline on if they send me their products. I'm happy to show it off to you guys and do a live and whatnot. But this is currently right here. This is Lakme. And I like their eyeliner. It's a dark. This is the Iconic eyeliner. I can go a little. That's the difference, guys. 2 eyes. One with eyeliner, one without. Which one do you like more? Which eyeliner do you guys like, or which eye do you like more? You like this eye more? Justin says the right eye, one without. Aw, you guys are so sweet. You like my eye without the eyeliner? The brown eye? What do you mean? You guys like my eye without the eyeliner? I usually have it without the eyeliner. That is sweet, you guys, because I don't really like wearing makeup every day. This is a sort of a, I don't know, calming down kind of live where I am doing some makeup experiments. A Sunday special. Should I just do both eyes? And then we'll do, ooh, here's the Lakme eyeliner, which I'll also tag. Why not? Can someone buy an eyeliner here? Can someone buy the eyeliner? I'll do. This is the Lakme Iconic eyeliner. So, wait, what is this called? Iconic. Like eye, like your eyes, iconic. I found it! I found the eyeliner, guys, on YouTube Shopping. Lakme. Black eyeliner. Oh, Baji's here. Hi, Baji Shona. I'm just adding on a few more that I found. Because YouTube Shopping doesn't have everything, but it has a lot of things. She's a baddie. Hello, Harvard. Harvard. Hello, it's tricky. Hello, it's tricky. Okay, we will finish this eye. So, this Lakme Iconic Black Eyeliner, as you can see, it's very nice and smooth on the eye. I put it on the waterline. I didn't even do it very carefully because like this is a weird angle. Like I have to like go down to look at the camera. Like my head is to tilt like this. So it's not very difficult, or it's not very easy right now. But I'll just finish this eye too. And we will say that I have this dark eyeliner on because we're going to talk about dark energy. Okay. We're going to talk about dark energy, guys, with this dark eyeliner. Okay, so you don't need to put a lot on to, as you can see, like you can, I'm not like going at it with a lot of this, you know? So just a little bit will give you a little highlight on your eyes. And I don't really use this every day. This is sort of a special. So anyways, thank you guys for your patience as I did my makeup with you guys here tonight. So we will get going here. We will get started. Let me finish my tea. In fact, I'm gonna go reheat my tea and then we will talk about dark energy. And I will also announce the top fans of the live. So thank you so much, and I'll be right back because I want to get more tea. 1 second, please. Yeah. So, do you guys remember, by the way, about the dark matter discussions that we had recently? It was from this book called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry by Neil deGrasse Tyson. And we finished the dark matter topic. And so now we're going to get started with dark energy. So I hope that you're ready for that. as we are about to begin, and we're gonna say the top fans as well in a bit. So get your tea, coffee, water, popcorn, snacks going. We will get started. This is the dress, by the way, guys. This is a little black jacket I'm wearing on top of a long blue dress, okay? So that's the look for tonight. And I also, because I forgot my jewelry, but I brought my little bag down, I put a little lipstick and eyeliner for you guys. You look very good. Thank you, darling. Hello, Kurt. John Foster is saying, have you been working out? I always have been working out. Are you only noticing now? So not dark matter. We talked about dark matter already, but we will be talking about dark energy tonight. How are my teeth so white? They're like a normal amount of white, I think. Evil eye, remove and touch wood and thank you, universe. Ow. I hurt my hand. Oof. This microwave. Oh my god. I hurt my hand. I hurt it. I hurt it. Ow. I hurt it. I hurt it. Your hair looks so beautiful. Thank you, Kurt. You just looked more toned. Like, looks like you worked out more than usual. Oh, thank you. Well, I am lifting more heavier weights now, but like not like heavy weights, but I am lifting more weights. I increased my weight this year. Like the one I'm lifting. That weight. Bench press. That weight. And my squat weight. Hua! Hua! You silly. Silly, silly. Silly, silly. I also swim after the weights. A girl should swim. Heavy weights are for, well, not men. Who are they for, darling? If they're not for men and if they're not for women, who are they for? Oh, I mean you. Okay. I understand you. Merry Christmas. Abab, 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 abab. Abab, 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 abab. Merry Christmas. Clay Bryan is saying, do you love Jesus? It's Tricky is saying typo. Hello, Paul Gates. You definitely look captivating. I just hope that in 2026, I capture more money. I hope money feels attracted to me. Thank you, universe. Thank you, God. And will I remove and touch wood. Thank you for blessing myself, Fuji, Suji, and Baji. Ow. I have hit my laptop. You're super fine. Well, thank you, Kat. Okay, so hopefully, lol, me too. Money is great. Hopefully I'll get a promotion. You should definitely get your promotion, John Foster. Indeed you should. So, Let's see. So, somebody asked me if I'm working out. Yes, I am working out, but I have also been working out for a long time. But I'm trying to understand, what did I do? Yeah, this year, one of my accomplishments is that I did up my weight, the one I lift. I think pretty much all of the exercises I do, which is bench press, shoulder press, squats, leg press, lat pull down, and swimming and walking. Those are all the things I do. And I'm now trying to think, since you asked, I'm trying to think. Bench press, shoulder press, lat pull down, leg press, squats, walking, swimming. I did up my weight on all those things. I did not write the book that I'm promoting. It is available on YouTube Shopping in case you're interested to purchase it. And one of those books called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, we will be covering tonight. In fact, we will be doing the topic of dark energy from that book tonight by Neil deGrasse TYSON. And then associated and related books are also tagged in the YouTube Shopping link on this live and shorts and videos of my channel. But since you're here, you can look at it now with this link. So I think I did up the weight on all of my exercises. Does that mean, is that good, John Foster? Do you know these things? Do you know these things? Do you know if the if I'm lifting more weight now, does that mean my muscles are getting stronger? Or does that mean that I just have more endurance now and my body is able to handle more weight? Or what? Hello, Mr. Drew is saying she's the haughty professor, a bookseller, nice. Will you ever get married? Drop the upper body workouts. Did you write the book? She knows Jesus all right. He did a film with her calling. John Foster is saying, excuse me. John Foster is saying, your curves look amazing. I mean, how do you know? You just keep smiling. That'll make you thousands. Oh, thank you. Clay Bryan is saying, do you know Jesus? Is there someone called Jesus that I should know? That's not the Son of God? Is there another Jesus? Yes, of course I know Jesus. I know that attractive women don't have bulky shoulders. Stand up, please. Shut up. Some really hot women are bulky and muscular. I bench press like this. So, do you think that I am looking good? I did up my weight at the gym. And you're noticing that? Guys, don't distract me. Don't distract me. Don't distract me. The real question is, where are you seeing my curves? Where? In which video? In which video are you seeing my weightlifting results? Which video? Thank you guys, everybody. Can we get 50 likes? Here are the top fans of this live. Number 1 is Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew did do a super chat or two, so thank you, Mr. Drew, my darling. Number 2 is Ahmed. Number 3 is Jajan. Number 4 is I Don't Get It. Number 5 is Man on the Mountain. Number 6 is Sam T. Number 7 is Slim Lim. Number 8 is Restum Simon. Number 9 is Manas Rawat. Hello, Manas. Number 10 is Godzilla. Number 11 is It's Tricky. Number 12 is Darren Vaughan. Number 13 is Paul Gates. Number 14 is Yusuf. Number 15 is Stephen Pryor. Number 16 is Sajjad Baghariani. Number 17 is C. Brown. Number 18 is Justin. Number 19 is J. Med. And number 20 is Paula Toma. Hello, nice to meet you again and see you again, Paula. Paula, are you still on? You were saying something earlier. You're the Planet in Planet Fitness? No, I don't do Planet Fitness. I do a different gym. I do LA Fitness. You got eyes on top of eyes. Okay. I do LA Fitness because they have the pool, because I also do swimming. I love LA Fitness. I love that the pool is pretty much the same depth all along. I don't like swimming towards a deep side. I like when it's mostly the same depth throughout because I have fear of depth, even though I can swim. And I do like to swim. I love swimming. It's my cool down, calm down cardio routine. I do I do weights first. I do my weightlifting first. Pool is great for the muscles and rejuvenation. Thank you, John Foster. Yes, it is. So I do my weights. Then I do my swimming. I do my laps. I love swimming. It's like my reward for doing the weights. And then I do the hot tub. Then I get a shower. Then I do the sauna. And I do all of that at LA Fitness. And so therefore, it has to be an LA Fitness. It has to be. Death has fear of you. Love it. Thank you, darling. I don't get it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you, universe. Only swimming because you have no muscles. Close my eyes. Can you close your eyes for 5 seconds? Why? Thank you. Oh, sorry. I didn't finish the song. Ban-ki. 1 second. Ban-ki titli dil uda, uda, uda hai kahin dur. Chal ke khushbu se juda, juda, juda hai kahin dur. Could you get a bigger mug? I love big mugs. That's a song that was in my head, so I sang it. I sing songs that get trapped in my head. Nicely done. All right, guys. Enough chit chat. We will now get started with dark energy. So now remember, we have been talking about dark matter. And we talked about the cosmic ingredients of the cosmos. This is a cosmology topic. Unlike dark matter, dark energy is more of a cosmology only topic, okay? Dark matter can be addressed from the approach of cosmology, physics, astrophysics, astronomy. Dark matter is something that affects us even in even in our own galaxy, and you don't have to go very far to sort of encounter its effects. We talked a lot about dark matter and its effects, especially. Hi, Baji Shona. Baji's playing. And we saw how at large scales, for example, galaxies' movement in the faraway clusters like the Coma cluster and other clusters, the star speeds in different galaxies, including our own, those types of things were the effects of dark matter that we encountered. And that this dark matter topic has been sort of a close to 100-year mystery that is unsolved. But there's various ways to approach it from a cosmology standpoint, from an astronomy standpoint, and also from an astrophysics standpoint. But now what we're about to talk about with dark energy is more of a cosmology topic. So please think back to when we have talked about the cosmos and the cosmic ingredients. We named 5 cosmic ingredients, and this is everything. Everything in the cosmos are either photons, neutrinos, baryons, dark matter, or dark energy. So there's these 5 types of ingredients, and we kind of put electrons in the baryons category, even though strictly speaking, they're not. Electrons are leptons, and so they don't really fall under baryons, but we kind of meant that all of the ordinary matter kind of, if you put that under baryons, then actually baryons are only about 5% in this today's matter-dominated universe. And, well, actually, today's universe is dark energy dominated, but there was a sort of more matter-dominated era. And even within that matter domination, most of that matter is coming from dark matter. So if all of the matter is 30%, then really 25% of that is dark matter and 5% is ordinary matter, which sometimes the cosmologists just all categorize under baryons, which of course baryons can be things like protons, neutrons. These are found in the nuclei of ordinary elements, the ones we know and love from the periodic table: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, all and above, right? All of the elements, hydrogen and helium being the first 2, which we received as a bit of a gift from the Big Bang era of the Big Bang nucleosynthesis. So shortly after the Big Bang, moments after the Big Bang, not a Big Bang, moments after the Big Bang, we saw the making of hydrogen and helium. And we got this as sort of a birthday present of the universe, from the universe. And those later on went on to make the first galaxies, the first stars, the first clusters, galaxies, and the first stars. And then stars made all of the heavier elements. And this wasn't until much, much later, right? So the galaxies were not something that was made right away in the universe. They come much later. And we have talked about what kind of happened in the beginning parts of the universe after the Big Bang. But hydrogen and helium were present moments after the Big Bang in that Big Bang nucleosynthesis process. And if it weren't for those, then we wouldn't have even those, but we had a bit of that. But we definitely had more photons, electrons, positrons, and there was this big cosmic soup of, or plasma of that, mostly. The hydrogen and helium were not as much. But then we also talked about how, well, matter had to clump at some point. I mean, much later, when eventually galaxies did start to form, and eventually the first clusters and galaxies and stars formed, from where, you know, life cycles of which led to even us being here. Because if there were none of that happening, there would be no more stars happening, no planets happening, no people happening, nothing, right? So we also talked about how, well, gravitation was able to clump matter in certain spots of the universe. Otherwise, there would have been no such clumping happening, no such matter coming together in groups. And they really didn't have to sort of form these first clusters and galaxies and the first stars, right? If there was no such grouping or clumping of matter. And we think that dark matter, this mysterious matter that has been sort of an unsolved mystery for a while now, for almost 100 years now, that we sort of found inconveniently back in the day in the 1930s or so. We started to measure its effects, but we couldn't quite explain exactly what it was. But we found that its effects are very real. We might not know what exactly dark matter is, but its effects are certainly measurable experimentally, something that's in our face. It's not something that we went looking for necessarily, but we found it, and it kept getting confirmed as an effect that was definitely there. Well, this same dark matter, which is sort of this extra matter that we don't understand, is the same one that we actually looks like we might have needed when we clumped the matter under gravitation to form the first clusters, galaxies, and stars. So we also think that dark matter may have had a very important role in forming the first clusters, galaxies, and stars, which is why we're all here. Okay. So that is sort of where we are at this time in our understanding, and sort of in this line of thought. We've been covering this type of thing called dark matter, and you should definitely go and review our past lives, especially the last few lives. If you're interested in a topic like this, we covered this in more detail from this book, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, and we discussed this a lot, and it's something that we cover in the last few lives. Today, we are actually going to start with the topic of dark energy, which is different from dark matter. So I said some words above about dark matter, but let me just say that dark energy is not the same as dark matter. It is one of the cosmic ingredients, which is not dark matter. So once again, the cosmic ingredients are photons, neutrinos, baryons, dark matter, and dark energy. These are the 5 ingredients that make up the cosmos, that make up the energy density of the cosmos. And by the way, if you want a sort of a more detailed discussion of that, we also have done that in the past, many lives ago, from a cosmology book by Scott Dodelson, which I don't have tagged, but definitely you can take a look at some of the books and things that I did tag on this live and see if there is something that is useful to you. We definitely tagged the book that we will be referencing tonight, but we have been covering a lot of books on this channel. So now, thankfully, I also have the ability to tag them. So if you want to get them, be my guest for yourself. That is, it's shopping just like normal that you would do from any website. So basically, we talked about a more mathematical approach to understanding the cosmic ingredients when we had those discussions from the book Scott Dodelson wrote on cosmology. It's called Modern Cosmology. I also have that book. Okay, where is it? It's a little far from me right now. I don't want to get up, but basically that's that is that. Somebody's asking about the universe expanding, and that is a great and important question, a very relevant question to our live tonight, because tonight we are going to talk about the expansion of the universe, okay? So pretty much it's kind of like looking at a coin, but on both sides. On the one side of this coin is the fact that there is matter, and that there is gravitation, and matter clumped at some point and made the first clusters, galaxies, and the stars. On the other side of that same coin, which in this case is the universe, is the fact that the universe has expanded, and it expands, and the expansion of the universe is a thing that happens and continues to happen. This expansion is attributed to dark energy, okay? So remember that many, this also we did many lives ago. So by the way, these live stream episodes that we have been doing, I've been doing them for over a year now. So there is a lot of episodes in the backlog. You should definitely go check out previous episodes, even if they look rather nondescript. We might have we probably did discuss some very important topics in them, along with all the other,
fun and giggles or whatever, along with other things that go on in the, on these lives, we also covered a lot of different topics, and this is one of them. We talked about how we also have this evidence of the expansion of the universe. So remember about that supernova data that we looked at in reference to how we know that the universe is in fact expanding. So like 2 points on a large scale, 2 points in the universe is getting farther and farther apart. And there is a data set, a bunch of supernova data set, actually, like there's multiple supernovae in that data set, which was actually used to give us this expansion confirmation. So, hello, Antino. Hello, Antonio. Hello, Antonio. Hello, J. Franks. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Not By Chance. Hello, Manuelito. Ronte, Regimen, Corey, J. Franks, Kishin, Willie. Hello, everybody. So we have also talked about the fact that this supernova data helped us to understand the expansion of the universe and prove it out. So there were things like that that we have covered that you should definitely look at if you're interested in this type of topic, okay? Now we will look at this dark energy topic as discussed by Neil deGrasse Tyson from this book called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. And this book is a popular science book, so it's not going to have a lot of mathematics and details that people might find hard, but definitely it helps to kind of just give it a read and discuss the topic here together with you guys, and we can go from there. Okay. Okay, so now, how are we doing? I feel like I'm a bit stuffed up, so excuse me. $1258 is saying I bought that book, by the way. Oh, really? Thank you so much. Hello, Corey. Hello, Mr. Drew. Hello, Ronte. Hello, Vedant. Have anyone told you today that you look super gorgeous? They have, actually. A little too much, but thank you. Hello, Sunset Power. Okay. Let's see if there's any questions that I can take very quickly. I'm just scrolling through. Hello, E Ready. Hello, Natalia. What what are the questions that I don't know if I missed any important questions. Please do repeat it below. We will get started now with the dark energy topic from this book. Okay. As if you didn't have enough to worry about, the universe in recent decades was discovered to wield a mysterious pressure that issues forth from the vacuum of space and that acts opposite cosmic gravity. So he's referencing to the fact that we already have this issue and mystery that is unsolved about dark matter. If that wasn't enough, we also have this another mystery, mystery number 2. This is a different mystery, which is the expansion of the universe, and that is caused by some pressure of vacuum and space, and we call it dark energy, and it too is a mystery. So it is sometimes also called an anti-gravity term, or an anti-gravitation effect, okay? Not only that, this negative gravity will ultimately win the tug of war as it forces the cosmic expansion to accelerate exponentially into the future. Okay? For the most mind-warping ideas of 20th century physics, just blame Einstein. Albert Einstein hardly ever set foot in the laboratory. He didn't test phenomena or use elaborate equipment. He was a theorist who perfected the thought experiment in which you engage nature through your imagination by inventing a situation or model and then working out the consequences of some physical principle. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. And thanks for the gifts. Appreciate it. In Germany, before World War II, laboratory-based physics far outranked the theoretical physics in the minds of most Aryan scientists. Jewish physicists were all relegated to the lowly theorist's sandbox and left to fend for themselves. And what a sandbox that would become. As was the case for Einstein, if a physicist's model intends to represent the entire universe, then manipulating the model should be tantamount to manipulating the universe itself. Observers and experimentalists can then go out and look for the phenomena predicted by that model. If the model is flawed, so this is the book, or if the theorists make a mistake in their calculations, the observers will uncover a mismatch between the model's predictions and the way things happen in the real universe. That's the first cue for a theorist to return to the proverbial drawing board by either adjusting the old model or creating a new one. So it's not very uncommon to have to go back to the drawing board and make changes and make sort of updates to what you did. That's normal, and that's okay to do as a theorist. And of course, whatever the theoretical predictions are, it's always good to work with experiment and make sure that things are getting measured. And we do have experimental measurement data and evidence of this expansion of the universe that we are speaking of tonight. So once again, remember, we talked about matter, gravitation, and dark matter, this other matter that we don't understand in previous lives. Tonight, what we speak of from this book is dark energy, which is another mysterious topic, okay? So don't get them mixed up. Dark energy and dark matter are two different things. Can we get 100 likes? Hi, Baji. Baji is sitting with me. Aww, Baji. Okay. One of the most powerful and far-reaching theoretical models ever devised, already introduced in these pages, is Einstein's general theory of relativity. But you can call it GR after you get to know it better. Published in 1916, GR outlines the relevant mathematical details of how everything in the universe moves under the influence of gravity. So, as you know, Newton had given us originally the first sort of theory of gravitation and understanding of gravitation, and the laws of gravity, this action at a distance, and the equations and the mathematics that describes gravity. And it was updated, upgraded. It got a whole new look by Einstein in the 20th century with the theory of general relativity. This upgraded look for gravitation is, of course, needed if you need more accuracy for for your mathematics, for your calculations related to gravitation. For the most part, the approximation that we get by using Newtonian gravitation is generally fine. But if you want more accuracy and if you are interested in relativistic types of scenarios, then you would need the theory of general relativity. Okay? So, published in 1916, so we have had GR since the 1916, as in since the 1900s or the year 1916. So it's been a while. It's been over 100 years. GR outlines the relevant mathematical details of how everything in the universe moves under the influence of gravity. Every few years, lab scientists devise ever more precise experiments to test the theory, only to further extend the envelope of the theory's accuracy. A modern example of this stunning knowledge of nature that Einstein, hi Baji, that Einstein has gifted us comes from 2016, when gravitational waves were discovered by a specially designed observatory tuned for just this purpose. So we've mentioned about LIGO and their first measurement or first direct measurement of gravitational waves, which is really cool. And I was actually in grad school when this happened. Baji's here wanting pets. So I was in grad school when this happened. Here is Baji getting his pets. He just needs a little bit of love as we speak. So in 2016, for the first time, we measured gravitational waves directly with the LIGO experiment, and that was also a confirmation of Einstein's theory of general relativity. So it was very exciting, and you should have been, hopefully most of you were around at that time, and so if you remember, that was a big moment. Okay, so let's see. We will keep going. Every few years, lab scientists devise ever more precise experiments to test the theory, only to further extend the envelope of the theory's accuracy. So Einstein was proved right once again. A modern example of this stunning knowledge of nature that Einstein has gifted us comes from 2016, when gravitational waves were discovered by a specially designed observatory tuned for just this purpose. These waves, predicted by Einstein, are ripples moving at the speed of light across the fabric of space-time and are generated by severe gravitational disturbances, such as the collision of two black holes. And that's exactly what was observed. The gravitational waves of the first detection were generated by a collision of black holes in a galaxy 1.3 billion light years away, and at a time when Earth was teeming with simple single-celled organisms. So two black holes collided. 2016. Yes. So, and by the way, LIGO stands for Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, twinned in Hanford, Washington, and Livingston, Louisiana. So it involves those two places. So the gravitational waves of the first detection were generated by a collision of black holes. How cool is that? A black hole collision in a galaxy 1.3 billion light years away, and at a time when Earth was teeming with simple single-celled organisms. So Earth is about 4 billion years old. So we were here, but not us. People weren't here, but the Earth was. While the ripple moved through space in all directions, so gravitational waves moved through space from that collision in all directions, Earth would, after another 800 million years, evolve complex life, including flowers and dinosaurs and flying creatures, as well as a branch of vertebrates called mammals. So let me read that sentence again. While the ripple from the two black holes colliding in a galaxy 1.3 billion light years away while the ripple from their collision moved outward in all directions, in the next 800 million years here on Earth, we made flowers and dinosaurs and also the vertebrates, mammals. Much later, people came, blah, 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 as well as a branch of vertebrates called mammals. Among the mammals, a sub-branch would evolve frontal lobes and complex thought to accompany them. So the vertebrates also came to be and started to develop the frontal lobes enough to one day do the physics of those black holes. We call them primates. A single branch of these primates would develop a genetic mutation that allowed speech, and that branch, Homo sapiens, would invent agriculture and civilization and philosophy and art and science, all in the last 10,000 years, so pretty recently. Ultimately, one of its 20th century scientists would invent relativity out of his head and predict the existence of gravitational waves. So all of that is to say, much before we had a human being predicting gravitational waves, of course, these two black holes collided 1.3 billion light years away. And back then, we didn't have people here on Earth. We just had simple single-celled organisms, much simpler organisms. And as these gravitational waves started to ripple and move outward from the collision spot, in those millions of years, we were busy making life, flowers, dinosaurs, people, vertebrates, mammals. People came later. And in the last 10,000 years, we made a lot of progress with people, things like civilization, agriculture, things like that. And then Einstein, just over 100 years ago, came up with relativity to explain these gravitational waves with his general theory of relativity. So when we then measured these gravitational waves directly for the first time ever in the year 2016 with the experiment called LIGO, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, actually. That is the first time that we directly measured gravitational waves that were predicted by Einstein in 1916. So it was like almost exactly this like century of the 100-year anniversary of general theory of relativity given to us by Einstein. Now we discover the waves, the gravitational waves, for the first time directly, and they're of course coming from these black holes 1.3 billion light years away. Okay, the collision of those black holes. So a single branch, okay, I read that. All in the last 10,000 years. Ultimately, one of its 20th century scientists would invent relativity out of his head and predict the existence of gravitational waves. A century later, technology capable of seeing these waves would finally catch up with the prediction just days before the gravity wave, which had been traveling for 1.3 billion years, washed over Earth and was detected. Yes, Einstein was a badass. When first proposed, most scientific models are only half-baked, leaving wiggle room to adjust parameters for a better fit to the known universe. In the sun-based heliocentric universe, conceived by the 16th century mathematician Nicolaus Copernicus, planets orbited in perfect circles. So Copernicus thought that planets orbited in perfect circles, which is of course not true, but that was still a very big jump to make back then, to make the heliocentric universe rather than geocentric, okay? The orbit, the sun part was correct, and a major advance on the Earth-based geocentric universe, but the perfect circle part turned out to be a bit off. All planets orbit the sun in flattened circles called ellipses, and even that shape is just an approximation of a more complex trajectory. Okay? Because remember, the ellipsis part That was an upgrade given to us by Kepler, Newton, those types of things. Newton's laws confirmed what Kepler gave us as well, and things like that. And then remember that this is, after all, laws of gravitation given to us by Newton, which was then upgraded, updated, and made more accurate by the theory of gravitation given to us by Einstein in the last century, which is the general theory of relativity. So if you want to get really accurate, that the GR is what you would do. But generally speaking, the approximation given to us by Newton is generally enough, okay? But just remember that it's an approximation, and where you might need a more accurate answer, you'd have to do the relativistic version of the theory, okay? So it simply required some tweaking to make it more accurate. So generally speaking, when people first predict things, when they first come up with theories, when they first come up with a sort of idea, calculation, etc., it's not uncommon at all for it to be kind of wrong in a lot of ways, and you have to keep on updating, upgrading, and iterating over it. Such as, for example, even Copernicus, historically very important astronomer, right? Because I mean, he completely changed the way we thought from geocentric to heliocentric. Even he did make a few mistakes, and that is fine. So, yet in the case of Einstein's relativity, the founding principles of the entire theory require that everything must happen exactly as predicted. Einstein had, in effect, built what looks on the outside like a house of cards, with only 2 or 3 simple postulates holding up the entire structure. Indeed, upon learning of a 1931 book entitled 100 Authors Against Einstein, he responded that if he were wrong, then only one would have been enough. Therein were sown the seeds of one of the most fascinating blunders in the history of science. Einstein's new equations of gravity included a term he called the cosmological constant. Now, guys, pay attention. This is very important. Back when Einstein gave us the general theory of relativity, he had to include a term called the cosmological constant as an anti-gravity term. Now, we've talked about this before, but let me remind you that even Newton actually had to kind of sit with the fact. And remember, over 100 years ago, they did not know exactly how big the universe was, and they did not know that there were other galaxies and many, many other galaxies beyond our own galaxy. We kind of thought like this is like our galaxy, or our neighborhood is sort of the universe, and they didn't know how many stars, how many galaxies, how many of these, you know, how big the night sky really was, right? So they didn't know. The person who gave us that is actually Hubble, with his amazing, of course, contributions in observational astronomy. So until we started to observe things much more with Hubble, we really did not know that there were so many galaxies. But what people did kind of struggle with was these things are talking about gravitation. Now, gravitation is an attractive force. It's actually unlike something else, which is also a long-range force, electromagnetic force, that is. Gravitation is always attractive. It is always trying to bring matter together. So if that is the case, if gravitation wants things to clump, then why does the universe not sort of collapse on itself, is something that people had to, that Einstein, the people who are upgrading these theories and coming up with these theories. One is Newton and the second is Einstein. So when I say people, it's really a few people. They had to kind of confront that, which is that, well, why do we not collapse and just kind of collapse on ourselves and collapse on itself, the universe, if gravitation is sort of this thing that is making things come together? Why haven't we just collapsed? And so in order to kind of combat that and make his mathematics work and make his equations stable, he actually came up with a term called the cosmological constant to stabilize our universe against gravity. So it's literally an anti-gravity mathematical term, and he called it cosmological constant because he was just interested in the equations providing a stable universe, because we seem to be stable. We seem to be pretty stable. We don't seem to be collapsing. So he had to do that as a mathematical thing. And guess what? That is still an unsolved mystery at this point. This discussion of dark energy that we're about to have right now, that we're having right now, is deeply connected with that cosmological constant. So follow along, because it's about to get very interesting, okay? So therein were sown the seeds of one of the most fascinating blunders. So he actually, at one point, Einstein thought that he had been wrong about this, and so he called it a blunder as well. So it's historically very interesting, funny, and whatnot. This particular story. So hope you enjoy. Therein were sown the seeds of one of the most fascinating blunders in the history of science. Einstein's new equations of gravity included a term he called the cosmological constant, which he represented by the capital Greek letter lambda. So by the way, even now we use this lambda. Sometimes people will call, people will say lambda or cosmological constant, just so that you know, okay? Just keep in mind that that also has this history of Einstein doing this, okay? A mathematically permitted but optional term, the cosmological constant allowed him to represent a static universe. So this is what I was talking about. This static universe is a stable universe that is not collapsing on itself under gravitation. So he kind of just put it into his equations to make that happen, to sort of acknowledge that we are not collapsing. So how do I stabilize everything? And so let me just put this term there. It wasn't like he really thought about dark energy, because because remember, what I'm saying is that at that point we still hadn't really looked at the night sky as deeply as we have now, or as deeply as we followed with Hubble soon after all this, right? And we realized that there are actually many, many more galaxies, and we started to understand sort of the immensity of the universe more, and we actually ended up discovering expansion of the universe. But remember, when Einstein was doing this, he did not expect that the universe is not only stable against gravitation, but in fact it is expanding. So there truly is some anti-gravity business, which makes us expand, not just be stable against gravity, not just combat gravity equal like, but actually expand the universe. So what is that? That's our topic today. But back then they didn't know that, because they didn't have observation about that, right? It was a shock, really, when we looked more deeply into the night sky, people like Hubble with astronomy and observations, and we came to realize, oh my gosh, there's so many galaxies and the universe is like a lot bigger than we thought, and things are expanding, okay? So this is the topic of dark energy. As you can imagine, this is very much rooted in observational astronomy, sure, but it is also an effect that we see in large scale. So it's more of a cosmology topic, okay? So keep in mind, we're discussing cosmology now, okay? So back then, the idea that our universe would be doing anything at all other than simply existing was beyond anyone's imagination. They thought like our galaxy is pretty much it. They didn't know how big the universe was. They didn't know how many other galaxies there were. They pretty much thought we just exist stable, like we're not collapsing under gravitation is what they're thinking, what they're feeling, right, experiencing. And so when he was writing down gravitation equations, he just put in that cosmological constant term to make us stable against gravitation. But lo and behold, were we in for a bit of a shock in terms of the universe, okay? So lambdas, this cosmological constant that he introduced, the sole job of this thing was to oppose gravity within Einstein's model, keeping the universe in balance, resisting the natural tendency for gravity to pull the whole universe into one giant mass. In this way, Einstein invented a universe that neither expands nor contracts, consistent with everybody's expectations at the time. So, literally, he was just working to make the universe stable. He just thought, and he was a very intuitive scientist. He was not somebody who sort of, how should I put it? Einstein was not somebody who proposed things and suggested things that were very unnatural. He was actually like, he came up with these amazing theories and thought experiments, and he gave us some of the most brilliant physics work ever. But actually, believe it or not, he was not somebody who believed in things that are too crazy, like quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics to him is kind of crazy, like things that are, the uncertainty principle, probabilistic nature of things. All that was too crazy for Einstein. Einstein is more of a classical, elegant. Equations should make sense. Mathematics should make sense. Mathematics should describe our reality, our nature. Everything should be elegant. Everything should be beautiful. Everything, just two or three equations and two or three postulates should encompass the entire universe in an elegant manner. We don't say things like his theories were not trying to say something bizarre that is beyond our, like, what we experience. And so yeah, anyway, that's the type of person he was, actually, which is, I think, very adorable. But anyway, he invented a universe that neither expands nor contracts, because why would he see, if he didn't have a reason to think that we're contracting or expanding, why would he suggest that? Why would he make the equations more complicated than it needs to be? So at that time, when he's writing down the general theory of relativity equations, there is no reason to believe that the universe is contracting or expanding. So he just wanted to make things stable against gravitation, and he just introduced the anti-gravity term, which is a cosmological constant, just make sure things are not collapsing. So he didn't necessarily think we have to expand or contract, because he didn't have any reason to. It was not in his physical reality to think that. And so that's what I mean. He's actually somebody who's very rooted in sort of reality, and he wants to describe that with elegant equations. He's not somebody who wants to suggest bizarre things. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, sometimes bizarre things can be the truth and the reality, and you have to deal with it. But I'm just letting you know how Einstein kind of was, okay? The Russian physicist Alexander Friedman would subsequently show mathematically that Einstein's universe, though balanced, was in an unstable state, like a ball resting on the top of a hill, awaiting the slightest provocation to roll down in one direction or another, or like a pencil balanced on its sharpened point. Einstein's universe was precariously perched between a state of expansion and total collapse. Moreover, Einstein's theory was new, and just because you give something a name does not make it real. Einstein knew that lambda, as a negative gravity force of nature, had no known counterpart in the physical universe. So, Einstein's theory was new at that point, and it was still pre-observations of many, many things that Hubble was about to give us, right? So we also have to go easy on Einstein. We cannot expect a one person to be right about every single thing, right? He's already doing a lot. It's basically, if you haven't even observed out into the universe as deeply as then we started to afterwards, how can you dream anything up that he already dreamt up a lot. Expecting much more out of him in 1916 would have been quite unfair, okay? So give him a break. He is my favorite scientist. So Einstein's theory was new, and just because you give something a name does not make it real. Einstein knew that lambda, as a negative gravity force of nature, had no known counterpart in the physical universe. So another thing is, again, what I was telling you earlier, is that he wanted everything to be rooted in the physical universe. See, even in his general theory of relativity, he made it for 4 space-time, 3 spatial and 1 time dimension, which is what we experience in the physical universe, in what we experience. The thing with superstring theory suggesting and requiring more dimensions, like the 10 or 11 dimensions, is not something that Einstein did, if you notice, right? Einstein could have made his mathematics more complicated and put in more dimensions and things like that, but he didn't. He didn't do things that were unnecessary according to him or at that time, right? We might have progressed towards that. Superstring theory came later, and we might have progressed towards something like that. But when he's giving the equations, he actually kept it really simple. They might look complicated, but he actually tried to explain his physical reality, and that's it. He's not trying to overly complicate his life or anybody's life. He's trying to keep it as elegant as possible and doing what's necessary. So that's how he was. GR is for space-time. It is not 11-dimensional. It is not 10-dimensional. Now, of course, if you want to do an 11-dimensional superstring theory, you need to have a good basis of GR. And those guys who do it are good at GR, and GR is the underlying mathematics there. But Einstein didn't do it. So just notice how his approach is a bit different, okay? He's simple in that sense. Einstein's general theory of relativity radically departed from all previous thinking about gravitational attraction. Instead of settling for Sir Isaac Newton's view of gravity as a spooky action at a distance, a conclusion that made Newton himself uncomfortable, GR regards gravity as the response of a mass to the local curvature of space and time caused by some other mass or field of energy. Yes, please focus. It's a free cosmology lesson. So basically, the other thing too is that even though we are saying that Newton's laws are totally fine as an approximation for gravitation, the approach is a little bit different, okay? Both people are very brilliant here, Newton and Einstein, but their approaches were different, okay? So the nice thing about Einstein, he's just able to think so differently about something that is common. Gravitation, after all, is common. So he keeps things simple. He doesn't do unnecessary things. He doesn't try to get overly complicated and do extra stuff. He keeps things simple and elegant, classically. Classical, elegant, simple, necessary. 4 space-time, 3 space, 1 time. We already get that. But at the same time, his approach is different. Instead of calling gravitation a force, he actually sets the second derivative of position versus a position as a function of time to 0 in general relativity. So he's basically calling gravitation the intrinsic curvature of space-time due to a massive object. So he's treating gravitation quite differently in the mathematics of GR, in the setup of GR, than what Newton does. This action at a distance, this force thing, the force action at a distance approach is not what Einstein does in general theory of relativity. Now, pretty much we still call gravitation a force sometimes, but just keep in mind that in GR mathematics, it is not a force, okay? It's not a force. It is the natural bending of space-time. It is part of that general relativity is space-time mathematics. It has a different geometry than what we're used to. Okay, it has it's not the Euclidean geometry. It has a different metric, a different everything. We have to set up the mathematics differently, and that is where it can be a bit challenging. But physically speaking, it's simple. It does not include anything extra, really, like more dimensions or gravity being some spooky thing at a distance, nothing like that. It's actually kind of simple in that sense, but the mathematics can be hard because we're not used to 4 space-time dimensions. We generally keep it as Euclidean geometry, right? So that's the geometry part is difficult, but the ideas are actually simple, okay? So he never liked the spooky action at a distance. He just wants to call it the local curvature of space and time caused by some other mass or field of energy. So it's the response of a mass to the local curvature of space and time caused by some other mass or field of energy. And also, it's actually also light travels in space-time. So even light will be affected by a massive body. This is something that we see. The nice things is that even because he's doing this different approach, we actually get a more accurate description of nature. We might have thought that in the past, according to Newton, light is photons, which we know now. By the way, Newton, you know, might not have exactly, although actually Newton, I could be wrong. Newton actually did work in optics too. So Newton did so many things too. You know, it's crazy. But basically, we might think that light is not affected by gravitation because its mass is zero. But the fact is that light does travel in space time, and so it is bent. Or it is affected by massive bodies, and the whole time dilation and all that stuff is, you know, when you're in a different gravitational field, that is that is coming out of the general theory of relativity. All the stuff you saw in that movie Interstellar, right, has to do with relativity. If you didn't have relativity, you wouldn't get those types of effects. So if those types of effects doesn't concern you, like because your life like never needs them, then that's fine. But if you're ever gonna be more accurate, then you do need relativity. So because of his different approach, we got those really cool results. Okay, so in other words, concentrations of mass cause distortions, dimples really, in the fabric of space and time. So like, just like sometimes we have dimples on our cheek, basically think of space-time as like a cheek maybe, and depending on how much mass something has, you will get a dimple in that cheek, where cheek is space-time. So hopefully that helps. I know it's probably not a perfect analogy, but concentrations of mass cause distortions or dimples in the fabric of space and time. Space-time is together, okay? Space-time, not just space, not just time, space-time. For space-time. We say for space-time. So there are 3 spatial dimensions there and 1 time dimension there. And the way the mathematics is done is with 4 space-time. It's not a 3D thing. So GR is 4D, okay? So you have to change your math to do geometry in 4D. But once you've done that, then you set the force due to gravity equal to 0, because gravitation is that fabric, is just the curvature of that space-time, okay? So these distortions guide the moving masses along straight line geodesics. So this geodesic is a concept also coming from GR, okay? So the straight lines in the 4D GR straight lines, in other words, straight lines in general theory of relativity looks a bit different than they would on 3 space-time, or sorry, in 3D, 3D of spatial dimensions, that is. So a straight line on 2D versus a straight line in 3D versus a straight line in 4D, okay, are different things. The geometry is different, the terms are different, the math looks different. So we are now doing this 4D mathematics. Just keep that in mind. Can we get 100 likes? You should be taking notes. Thank you so much. So once again, cheek, space-time. Dimple, gravitation. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the likes, shares, and subscribes. Please do like, share, and subscribe. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So in general relativity, gravitation is not a force. There's cheek, space-time, dimple, gravitation, okay? And space-time mathematics is done, geometry is done differently than our Euclidean geometry that we're used to and what we learn generally in school and whatnot. We learn 1D, 2D, 3D geometries. And all the rules, remember, like the triangle rules, the all that is different when you accommodate for space time. Okay, the geometry, the mathematics has to be laid out differently, and we do that. And we define something called the metric. More details of this can be found in my live stream episode called Einstein's equations. So Einstein's equations, are, of course, are very important to understand if you want to get into the mathematics of all this, but we will keep going for now. So these distortions guide the moving masses along straight line geodesics. Isn't that cool? Though they look to us like the curved trajectories we call orbits. Because generally we experience space and time a little differently. Intuitively, space and time, what we experience is a bit different than this for space-time approach. So to us, an orbit may look curved or something, but actually in the space-time, in the for space-time, in that new geometry of GR, they're actually traveling around. They're actually traveling along straight line geodesics. Okay. So, the 20th century American theoretical physicist John Archibald Wheeler said it best, summing up Einstein's concept as matter tells space how to curve, space tells matter how to move. Matter tells space how to curve, and space tells matter how to move. Wow. Really, it's space-time, but okay. At the end of the day, general relativity described two kinds of gravity. One is the familiar kind, like the attraction between Earth and a ball thrown into the air. Or between the sun and the planets. It also predicted another variety, a mysterious anti-gravity pressure associated with the vacuum of space-time itself. Lambda preserved what Einstein and every other physicist of his day had strongly presumed to be true, that status quo of a static universe, an unstable static universe. So they thought that making the universe static, as in it neither collapses and neither expands, is the right thing to do because they didn't know any better. If you're not peering into the deep, dark skies to discover more and more of this universe, like what Hubble started to do later on, then you have no reason to think that there is any need for an expanding or a collapsing universe. You just want things to be the status quo, which is a static universe, which actually turns out to be unstable in itself when you look at it further. But that's what they thought at that time. Thank you so much for the super chat, Infamous Eagle 111. Thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate you, Infamous Eagle. Nice to see you here. Can you name a planet other than Earth that has gravity? They all do, my darling. All of the planets, Venus, Mars, Jupiter has a lot of gravity. Jupiter is so massive that it is sometimes called a failed sun. It has lots of moons and sort of its own system of moons. So lots of gravity. Okay? Thank you, Kevalol, for the flower. Appreciate you guys so much for the gifts and the super chats. Really helps me and the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you for the gifts. Really appreciate you. So, at that point, they did not think about making the universe either expand or collapse. And they went for that static universe. And that lambda, or the cosmological constant, came from that thinking, okay? To invoke an unstable condition as the natural state of a physical system violates scientific credo. You cannot assert that the entire universe is a special case that happens to be balanced forever and ever. Nothing ever seen, measured, or imagined has behaved this way in the history of science, which makes for powerful precedent. Yes, we're reading the Bible. Thank you guys so much for being here. And thank you indeed for all your support and love and chat messages and gifts and super chats. We will continue the Bible right now. 13 years later, in 1929, guess who is going to talk about now? Edwin Hubble. So, sometimes people don't realize how important Hubble really is. I mean, the Hubble telescope is my favorite telescope, and it's named accordingly after Hubble for a reason, okay? Yeah, 1929. Sorry about the my nose is getting very red, but I'm Rudolph the Red-Nosed Physicist because I have a bit of a stuffed upness in my nasal cavity. I'm giving you tingles. Well, go for it. This is ASMR. This is physics / cosmology / gravity / dark energy / ASMR / the Bible reading. This is also the Bible. We're reading the Bible. Mr. Drew is saying, no worries, your nostrils are quite clean. Thank you. I just want to say I'm Christian. You don't gotta ignore it. We can learn stuff. It's not sin. Okay. Yay. I knew it. I knew it. We continue with Hubble, please. Yes, we will be continuing with Hubble. So, people don't realize how very important Hubble's work is. By the way, we have talked a lot about galaxies and astronomy and observations and things like that also in the past. We have a number of more astronomy-y and purely astronomy types of episodes in the past. And let me just say, this guy Hubble is extremely important for that. If we did not peer into the deep dark skies and discover these things that Hubble did, we really would have no idea how big this universe is, how many, many, many galaxies there really are. And all this stuff about expansion is rooted in, and this topic of dark energy is rooted in astronomy and observational evidence and astronomy cosmology. Okay, I mean, even right now, we are setting up and doing experiments in cosmology to learn better about dark energy. There's the Dark Energy Survey, Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, but these all have a predecessor, which is, of course, just looking at the night sky with as powerful telescopes as we can to realize that, oh my gosh, I mean, first of all, there is a lot going on out there than we knew. And second of all, this expansion of the universe, right? So just keep in mind that 1916 is before when Hubble is coming and doing all this in 1929, and 1916 general theory of relativity with all the mathematics and the equations and the cosmological constant is, of course, at that time we didn't know about certain observational facts. And so you have to keep this in mind. The 20th century is a very, very rich century in all of these types of things. We got special theory of relativity in 1905 by Einstein. We got general theory of relativity, which is the upgrade to gravitation, in 1916. We got the Hubble observations in the 1920s. We got dark matter evidence and the effects of dark matter in the 1930s and onwards. We started to do string theory as well, especially after the 1950s, 1960s. But actually, as early as 1919, I think it was, when Kaluza and Klein did something, they added like an extra dimension, and they did Keep doing this. I'm a subscriber now. You're killing it. Thank you so much. Please do keep on coming back to the lives and like, share, and subscribe. So Kaluza and Klein actually did something with adding an extra dimension back, I think as early as 1919. But superstring theory didn't really take off until later in the century. But then we also did a bunch of stuff with quantum mechanics, not just as a theory, but we started to prove things out in quantum mechanics, the atom, hydrogen atom, etc., also in the 1920s and onwards. So what I'm trying to say is the information we got in the 20th century, in the 1900s, black holes, exactly. So black holes also were predicted by general theory of relativity, but we didn't immediately see them, right? And remember, we didn't even know about the neutron, which was discovered by James Chadwick in 1932 or something. So also remember that in the 1900s, 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, all the way to the now, we also did massive progress in quantum mechanics and particle physics, to the point where we're still discovering things in particle physics, right? In this time, we discovered Higgs boson was one of the last big discoveries in particle physics. That was 2012, right? Which feels like recent, but that's actually kind of a long time ago at this point. But like what I'm saying is, if quantum mechanics had not made a lot of strides in the 20th century, then we wouldn't be so successfully and still doing particle physics even now. So the thing is that in 1916, the fact that we got general theory of relativity and in the shape that we got it is pre all of this other stuff. Even though so much happened in the 1900s, just keep in mind that general theory of relativity, the two relativities, are kind of early on in the century. So it didn't happen with those other informations that we were learning from quantum mechanics, from the astronomy observations by Hubble, freaking neutron getting discovered. Like all this stuff came later, actually, right? In the same century, but later. So some things, of course, have to be updated. But the sort of fascinating thing about general theory of relativity is that it's still correct in a lot of ways. Like it might not have done this cosmological constant thing right, and maybe that had to be updated. And now we, of course, treat dark energy in a much more broader way than what the cosmological constant did back in those days. But at the same time, it still holds true, and it still has, even in 2016, for example, experiments built in the last many years, actually observing and directly measuring things that GR predicted back in 1916. So just keep in mind that in science, we kind of want to take everything with a grain of salt. Like we want to learn and we want to study and we want to know what is already done. But we also want to keep in mind that, this is what we are doing and saying and predicting and experimenting with this current information. 1916 is 1916. What we knew then, what is happening then. Then, as soon as you learn more, and even if you're not the person who discovered these other things, you then have to do updates and you have to incorporate those things into your work, right? And Einstein is a prime example of that. Even though he's such a successful person, he died trying with the grand unification theory. He wanted to have a theory that unifies everything, the general relativity stuff as well as quantum mechanics. And he died trying, so he didn't stop, he didn't give up, right? So it's a process that keeps on going. You don't really ever finish. You might be very successful, you could get all these awards and rewards and money and grants and all that stuff, students and fame and notoriety, but it's never over. There's always more. And this dark energy topic is the more. Okay? That's the more. This is where it was at the edge of Einstein's knowledge, right? So you can imagine that it's kind of a difficult thing. It's kind of this mystery that we still have to work on, that we still have to understand. And so now we're doing this knowledge sharing, because This is a today question. What is dark energy exactly, and understanding it better is a today mystery that is still unsolved. And it was something that was, of course, at the edge of Einstein's knowledge even 100 years ago, over 100 years ago. So it's not too surprising, but at the same time, just it's nice to know the history and how things developed. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, Raphael, Patrick, Jason. How are you doing? So, 13 years later, after GR in 1916, that is, 13 years later in 1929, the American astrophysicist Edwin P. Hubble discovered that the universe is not static. He had found and assembled convincing evidence that the more distant a galaxy, the faster the galaxy recedes from the Milky Way. So I was letting you know earlier, by the way, that it's so important to even know that there are more galaxies, many more galaxies than the Milky Way. Because if you don't even know that there are more galaxies, how would you know that some of them actually are going farther and farther away from us, right? Like if you look at a very distant galaxy, its distance from us is increasing with time because of the universe's expansion. Expansion of the universe is more of a large scale effect, but it is there. And the first step is to discover more galaxies. The next step is to realize, oh my gosh, the things are actually moving away. I guess the next step is to discover that the things are moving away and also faster and faster. There is an acceleration, which we also discovered later on. But this is where Hubble is just everything, okay? Like there is theory and then there is freaking Hubble, you know? Like you have to see these things. You have to experiment. You have to test. You have to measure. If you did not measure other galaxies, then you wouldn't know that they are going farther and farther away from you, right? So there is all the thought experiments and theories and all this on one side, and then there's experiment, and then there's measurements. So this is so important to also work on astronomy instrumentations and measurement and experiments and observations. And that's what we have largely focused on actually in the 21st century. And so a lot of the things you see now have to do with that, okay? So Hubble, he had found and assembled convincing evidence that the more distant a galaxy, the faster the galaxy recedes from the Milky Way. In other words, the universe is expanding. Now embarrassed by the cosmological constant, which corresponded to no known force of nature, and by the lost opportunity to have predicted the expanding universe himself, Einstein discarded lambda entirely, calling it his life's greatest blunder. So Einstein got a bit, embarrassed because, I mean, he was probably too hard on himself. It's just that there was no reason to think that the universe is expanding in 1916. It wasn't until Hubble literally saw with observation that it was expanding that Einstein was like, oh my gosh, well, I introduced that cosmological constant to keep things static, and oh my gosh, he thought it was such a blunder, and he was all embarrassed and red in the face, you know? But poor guy, give him a break. Don't say anything against him. So he's a ladies' man. I definitely like him. So now embarrassed by the cosmological constant, which corresponding to no known force of nature, and by the lost opportunity to have predicted the expanding universe himself, Einstein threw a tantrum and called it the greatest blunder. By yanking lambda from the equation, he presumed its value to be 0, such as in this example, assume A equal to B plus C. If you learn later that A equals to 10 and B equals to 10, then A still equals B plus C, except in that case C equals 0 and is rendered unnecessary in the equation. Cat's name is Baji, Suji and Fuji. But that wasn't the end of the story. Off and on over the decades, theories would extract lambda from the crypt, imagining what their ideas would look like in a universe that had a cosmological constant. 69 years later, in 1998, thank you, Nolan. How are you doing? Hello, Slay You M Salsa. So Stephen Hawking, we can talk about Stephen Hawking at another time, but we're talking about dark energy actually, not dark matter, okay? For the dark matter discussions, check the previous lives. I mean, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of this live, but we're concentrating now on dark energy, which is different from dark matter, okay? Dark matter is the extra matter, and dark energy has to do with the universe expansion. Okay? So, this cosmological constant thing, he threw a tantrum over it because he basically did not predict it, did not understand it, and that's fine. It's okay, Einstein. It's okay. But 69 years later, in 1998, science exhumed lambda one last time. Early that year, remarkable announcements were made by two competing teams of astrophysicists, one led by Saul Perlmutter of Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in Berkeley, California, and the other co-led by Brian Schmidt of Mount Stromlo and Siding Spring Observatories in Canberra, Australia, and Adam Rees of the Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland. Dozens of the most distant supernovas ever observed appeared noticeably dimmer than expected. So, 1998, this data set is the supernova data set that we have talked about. Of course, competing teams worked on it, thank goodness. When things are so important and more people have joined the forces, we of course want multiple people, multiple teams, multiple competing teams. So they are in competition with each other. They're not trying to like agree with each other, if you will. They're on different teams, like as you can imagine, as you can see here, there's one team in Berkeley, there's one team in Maryland, there's another team in Australia, and they're all working with the supernova data, and they're trying to do their analysis and their work to give us a conclusion. And we believe it more when these competing teams say a very important thing versus just one person saying it, because we want this confirmation of something huge where the people didn't have to agree with each other. They would have maybe loved to disagree and compete with each other or do something, you know, show the other one down or something, but they all said this. Thank you, Casual Burritos. Casual Burritos is saying, follow your curiosity. Thank you for the $2. Really appreciate you. I would say dark matter is more important for gravitation and clumping of matter, and not only indirectly important for expansion. Dark energy is the one that's important for expansion of the universe, okay? I'm responding to one of the comments. Slium Salsa says, oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. So basically, these people who worked on the competing teams in all those different places, they came together. They looked at the supernova data. By the way, I forget exactly how many supernovas were in the data set. It's definitely something we've talked about from Modern Cosmology by Scott Dodelson in different live stream episodes earlier. So it's there in the backlog for sure under the live tab of the channel. but I forget exactly how many, but I think it was like hundreds of supernovas. Um, and they basically looked at that data set to discover that this expansion was not only happening, but it was speeding up. Okay, so this was huge. This was a huge piece of news because, I mean, Hubble already told us about expansion back in, I mean, like 1920s and 1930s, right? Hubble came to give us those types of things, right? 1929, 1930s. We started to do many more observations. Even the fact that galaxies, there are so many galaxies, there are different types of galaxies. He categorized galaxies. I mean, Hubble is huge, right? And then the Hubble telescope, of course, named after Hubble. Like the things that we've done with observation is just immense, right? But this thing, once we are in this mode of observing, we now have the supernova data that we also have had more time to collect and put together. And in 1998, these competing teams worked with that data, and this is what they found. So these distant supernovas observed appeared noticeably dimmer than expected, given the well-documented behavior of this species of exploding stars. So it's not, so these are exploding stars giving us this data, but the fact that they're getting dimmer, the fact that that they're receding, going farther and farther away, and this has this whole thing has sort of the way you also kind of we've talked about this in more detail, but basically the way you figure out these like luminosities and like absolute versus apparent magnitude, like basically the astronomy experiment was done with this supernova data to conclude, and the conclusion is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the actual process in detail tonight, but the conclusion was that they were noticeably dimmer than expected. Reconciliation required that either those distant supernovas behaved unlike their near brethren, or they were as much as 15% farther away than where the prevailing cosmological models had placed them. So the prevailing cosmological models like basically accounted for expansion, but they might not have accounted for acceleration of that expansion. So, and because there is acceleration of expansion, there is probably now more dark energy than we predicted as well. Because remember, we can basically come up with cosmological models to explain and describe and predict what's happening in the universe. But then once you compare that with experimental data, wherever you fall short, you can tune your model. And basically whatever cosmological models they were using at the time was falling short of explaining what they saw in the experiment, okay? So they felt it was as much as 15%. That's quite a bit. So 15% farther away than they were, than where the prevailing cosmological models had placed them. The only known thing that naturally accounts for this acceleration is Einstein's lambda, the cosmological constant. When astrophysicists dusted it off and put it back into Einstein's original equations for general relativity, the known state of the universe matched the state of Einstein's equations. So we did need some term to give us this anti-gravity effect that we're seeing. So it's not something that we want to see. So this is where science is kind of encountering something that we don't necessarily want to see, expect to see, or anything like that, but we are seeing and having to deal with it, and we have to put in that cosmological constant, lambda, something, anything, some anti-gravity thingamawitch, to which will explain why there is this expansion and why that expansion is accelerating. Yes, so this pressure, negative pressure of vacuum is another way to put dark energy. That's a good point. Somebody mentioned that, Raphael, I think. So So next we will actually go into a bit more detail of this in the next little section of this. Let me get a sip of water. Okay, we're gonna keep going for at least a little bit longer on this topic, okay? Thank you everybody for being here and for liking, sharing, subscribing, and for your support. Yes, grab a snack, grab a beer, grab a coffee, grab a tea. I actually did not welcome all my continents tonight. I forgot. Thank you. Thank you, Space-Time Entanglement. This is an aside. You have a most wonderful smile. Thank you. So, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. It's pretty much the early morning here in North America, but good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night to everybody and all my continents. Antarctica being the favorite one, then Europe, Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Australia. Have I said all of them? I don't know. Australia, New Zealand, Madagascar, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic. I'm just naming some names now of these places that I like. I haven't been to all of them. All of my oceans, all of my ships, all of my boats. Thank you, everybody, indeed, for being here. Please do. South Africa, love it. Please do like, share, and subscribe, and tell your brothers, tell your sisters, tell your lovers about this live, and have them join as well. Thank you so much. Acacio! You're here, Acacio. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, Wilson. So we will definitely get into the supernova data right now. Not in a very in-depth way. We talked about the supernova data and exactly how it was analyzed by those 1998 folks in our live stream earlier a while ago when we talked about this topic from the book called Modern Cosmology. They basically looked at these, there's two concepts there, apparent magnitude and absolute magnitude, which are both something in astronomy. And they measured those for all the supernovas in the data set. And they figured out that, oh my gosh, the distance was actually getting bigger and bigger, more than expected. And the explanation could only be dark energy or this mysterious expansion. It couldn't be other things. And the fact that there is this dark energy, this whatever this is, this negative pressure of the vacuum or whatever, this is more dominant in the universe than we thought, is another big impact of that result. Okay, so like that's why now we think dark energy, the cosmological model. Baji's playing. I'm sorry, it's so cute. Hi, Baji baby. Hi, Baji baby. Oh, you're so cute. Baji baby is such a cute baby. Baji baby is such a cutie. Oh. Hi, Shona. Mama loves you. So the supernova data, where was I? They that they used, and then they found this dark energy effect, led to us pretty much realizing that, oh my gosh, this dark energy thing as a cosmic ingredient is more important or a more dominant effect than we thought earlier. And it changed our understanding of the cosmic makeup and the cosmic ingredients and the makeup of the energy density of the universe. So this is definitely a more cosmology focused topic at this point. But as I was saying earlier, like cosmology models, you can kind of pick and choose your cosmology model and do the numbers in a way that you want or whatever you are comfortable with. Then, of course, you can tune them later on. And even if you were wrong, well, it's fine. Your cosmological model might have described a different universe than the one we live in. But say you're trying to get as close as possible to the universe at this current moment, then if you see some discrepancy between your model and what is being experimentally discovered, then you can tune your parameters. It's not like the end of the world. And it's actually done, I think, quite frequently to have various different models, and you just use them and show them. And you show, okay, if we did this, then you get this universe. It actually keeps on expanding, and galaxies should not have formed. Or, okay, this model is the one where there is some expansion, but, galaxies formed and that expansion is accelerating, but, whatever. Or, okay, here's the model, which actually means that we will collapse and the universe will contract, right? So, like, there's these different models. And depending on your experimental findings, you might then realize, oh boy, the parameters of the model that I picked, or the way I did it, is actually a little bit off. Like, actually that one doesn't really line up with this level of the supernovas freaking receding, like that's like a fact of nature. At that point, that is like an experimental observation or a data at that point. So you have to explain it, and you have to be like, oh, well, shoot, I have to update it's like she's speaking Genesis creation. Hello. Hello, Willie. Hello, Raphael. So, by the way, are you asking where is the center of the universe? It's everywhere. So the universe expanded, right? So actually, I get this question a lot. Where did the Big Bang happen? Everywhere. When the Big Bang happened, the universe was tiny. And then remember the part about Big Bang that we did not maybe speak too much about. We talked about the particles, we talked about the photons, we talked about electrons, positrons, we talked about eventually matter clumping and making the first clusters, galaxies, stars, us, nebula, solar system, sun, Earth, Mars, all that, right? There is something else going on simultaneously the whole time, and that is the expansion of the universe, which is now we talk about today. That is why I kind of saved that topic for tonight. We talk about dark energy, or the expansion of the universe. And remember how the universe has expanded since its birth. So at this point, the Big Bang happened everywhere. Where we were there, and there is here. You know what I mean? Like, the Big Bang started the universe, and then the universe has been expanding, and there are parts. There are matter distribution, there's galaxies. But we were there once, and there was here once, if that makes sense. And we're constantly expanding more. So the other thing is, because, depending on how much expansion you see, you would also, oh God, hold on. Hold on. My phone has fallen. Depending on how much expansion you would see, okay, this is very much not working as well as, okay. How are you guys? Are you stable? Are you in a stable universe? Hello, Brown. Thank you. It's tricky. Hello, it's tricky. Of course, yeah. Where's your question? So let me just finish up my train of thought here. So at large scales, if there's 2 points in space, the distance between those 2 points is increasing. Okay? Thank you for liking, sharing, and subscribing. Can we get 150 likes? So, any 2 points. So locally, nearby, like in this nearby region, what do I mean by nearby? The Earth, the Sun, Mars, our solar system, our galaxy, that is local. So that is local. Things are clumping and more so under gravitation in this local region, or even the galaxies that are nearby would be considered our local cluster. Does that make sense? So not 2 points. So I mentioned any 2 points, but let me clarify. Not any 2 points in our local cluster. like not between us and like the next nearest sun or something, or the next nearest star, or even some point in our galaxy, or even maybe the next galaxy or something, Andromeda, blah blah blah. You know, in our local cluster, that is considered pretty local in cosmology, because remember, everything is relative. In cosmology, we deal with large scale. We say large scale structure. That is literally the universe over its evolution, 14 billion years old evolution. So the universe is very big, right? So what I mean, any 2 points on a large scale, any 2 points, say like between us and like far, far away, the distance between us is increasing. That is the expansion of the universe. I don't mean the distance between any 2 points where the 2 points are here and the next galaxy. That's more local. So locally, we experience gravitation. Locally, we see the effects of gravitation. In fact, we see the effects of gravitation and dark matter. We see gravitation, which also includes the effects of dark matter. But large scale, like on the universe scale, like farther away than the local cluster, say, super duper far away, there we see expansion. So it's almost like there's 2 things going on. There's 2 effects. One is gravitation brings things closer together locally, where local is the scale of a galaxy or 2 or more. Large scale is the scale of the universe. In that scale, things are getting farther and farther apart. Hello, rescue official. But also keep in mind that we have had more specific dark energy discussions with more math and whatnot in previous lives. So you might want to go find all of those and listen to all the lives. Okay? Some people actually fall asleep to these live stream episodes, so feel free to do that. This can be like your ASMR that's playing in the background when you're doing other things or working or sleeping. And that way you can catch up with these topics as well, okay? Thank you so much, by the way, for all the support, gifts, super chats, everything like that. And thank you, Acacio. There's weird lipstick ads on your vids now. Well, do you mean the YouTube shopping link? Well, I got this new YouTube shopping feature on my videos, so I've been trying them out. And I wore some lipstick on the live, so I tagged the product on YouTube shopping, which you can click on, look at it, buy or not. You don't have to buy lipstick, but if you're gonna buy lipstick, then you know I'm giving you the option to directly from the video or the live, because YouTube shopping lets me do that. and it helps to support my channel and my work. So thank you so much indeed. If you buy lipstick, please do buy it from my videos. And if you don't, then don't. I might need some more lipstick. You do, Reese. You do. Get your wife some lipstick, man. What are you doing? Oh, I also made an ad on my the ring I wear. I forgot to wear it tonight, but this ring I got from a ring brand. I made an ad called Rough Christmas, smooth it over with a diamond-like jewelry at a fraction of the cost. So, you know, a girl has to eat. So I have to like get the, you know, people send me the freaking rings. So I wear them and I tag them. I wore the lipstick. So now I tag the lipstick. What can I do, man? But I do like physics, cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics. But thank you so much for noticing the YouTube shopping and letting me talk about that for a bit. A girl has to eat chickpeas. Chickpeas are expensive now. I need to sell lipstick for the chickpeas. I'm sorry, but that's just how the world is working at the moment. See, Brad is understanding. Your lip color complements your skin tone beautifully. Thank you, Brad, my love. Thank you, everybody. Sean, I know you guys are mostly men, so this is why I'm going to promote it this way. Please buy the lipstick for your wives, sisters, mothers, aunts. You know, a distant aunt wouldn't mind a lipstick. A distant aunt might appreciate some Lakme. What was this lipstick again? 1 second. Lakme Cushion Matte Lipstick. This is for the aunts of all you boys. Oh, and I wore eyeliner too. That was also from Lakme. But if Maybelline wants to send any eyeliner lipsticks, I'm open. I am not a Lakme only kind of girl. The wink was weird. Go with it, it's a tick. So so anyway, thank you guys for your patience. I need to, maybe she's born with it, or maybe it's Maybelline. Oh! Coca-Cola Classic? Coca-Cola should send me some products too. Where's the Coke products on this channel, guys? Tell Coke to hit me up. I need Coke to sponsor. Anyways, so everybody, did you like and share and subscribe? I'm glad at least that the YouTube shopping links are working, that they are showing up on the video, because that's a new feature for me. So I do appreciate everybody's support. Hello, Chasten. Hello, MGA. Hello, Willie. Hello, Lord Byron. How are you doing on a scale of 7 to orange? What do you mean? Hello, Phoenix. Thank you for complimenting my lip color, by the way. I show putting the lipstick on, and I put only a little bit so that it's not too much. Just highlights my already existing features with the thanks to the universe. Can I know you're special? What does that mean? What's my special? What do you mean, Brown? Special what? Like special sushi order? Baby Yoda, hello. Like and sub. Everybody, please do like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Oh, here's my phone. Hello, Decivius. I like your hair. I love your hair. Thank you. You like at the end? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. बन के तितली दिल मेरा 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 La 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 la. What was that song again that I was humming earlier? What was it? What was it? Titli. Titli song. Thank you, darling. Joseph. So anyways, I was saying, I think most of you guys are boys or guys or men. But if you see a lipstick ad, maybe buy a couple for your aunt, for your sister, for your mother. You buy it with my YouTube link because that will help me. Especially within the 31st of this month, December, I have a deadline to do some YouTube shopping metrics or something. And I also tag the books that I use and whatnot and other products. So go for it. Ban ke titli dil uda 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 hai kahin dur. Also, please become my member. Join the membership. It's very cheap. Ban ke तितली दिल उड़ा 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 है कहीं दूर. You need to attract more female viewership. No shit. Do you think I'm not trying? I have earring holes. What the frick do you mean? What's included in the membership? I did have Chinese on that day. Yes, my loves. I had Chinese. Can we get 150 likes? At least I didn't cuss in the first 30 seconds of the video. That's where it really matters. Thank you, God, and thank you, universe, and thank you, YouTube. I do appreciate you so very much. But yes, I wish I had more female viewers. For some reason, I don't. This channel is currently 70% men. What do you guys want from me? Curse in Urdu? Okay. Ban ke titli dil uda 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 hai kahin dur. Are there women here? Raise your hands. Show yourselves. And I do have earring holes. Do I have an earring here? Let me see. I don't know if there's an earring here. What is this? Lip gloss. What is this? that thing, floss. This is the mirror, by the way. What is this? Clips. I don't have an earring in here, do I? Or I would demo to you. Oh, look what I found. Should I put this in? Ow, ow, ow. Does it look good? Does it look good? I brought this down. Do you see this? I know it's a small bag, but so many things fit. It's a pin, yeah. It's a pin. Hi, Joe. Are you upset at me? No. Who are you, Joe? Of course I'm not. Can we get 150 likes? बाजीगर मैं बाजीगर ये काली काली आंखें तुरुरु तुरुरु ये गोरे गोरे गाल तुरुरु तुरुरु ये तीखी तीखी नजरें तुरुरु तुरुरु ये हिरनी जैसी चाल तुरुरु तुरुरु तौबा 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 how dare you तौबा तुम्हारे ये इशारे टटंग टंग हम तो हो गए तुम्हारे. I'm gonna buy your lipstick one day. Can you do it now? Can you do it by the December 31st? Can you buy it by December 31, please? Tauba. Tauba. You messed up the song? Oh, shut up. Shut up. Shut your face. You buy one? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you buy a lipstick from me? I'm not married. But you should definitely buy some lipstick and study physics with me. Tauba. Wait, where is the Tauba song? Tauba song lyrics. Shah Rukh Khan. La 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 तौबा तुम्हारे हैं ये छू लेते हो. Wait, where is the lyrics? Oh God, Google, can you please do better at giving me the freaking lyrics? La 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 la. I'm looking up the lyrics as we speak, MGA. Calm down. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Ah, ah. तौबा तुम्हारे ये इशारे टिटिंग टिंग हम तो दीवाने हैं तुम्हारे टिटिंग टिंग. राज़ ये कैसे खोल रही हो तुम आँखों से बोल रही हो जादू आते हैं तुमको सारे टिडिंग टिंग. So shut up, MGA. तौबा तुम्हारे ये इशारे हे हे आ टंग 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 टंग. तब तुम्हारे let me just practice the song really quickly because I need the lyrics opened up. राज ये कैसे खोल रही हो तुम आँखों से बोल रही हो जादू आते हैं तुमको सारे टिंग टिंग. Okay, the English translation of this is, oh my, these signs of yours, I'm crazy for you. What kind of secrets? What kind of secrets are you opening? Opening, oh gosh. You're speaking from your eyes, darling. You are. You know all kinds of magic. It's too much. I can't. I can't. Reese, just shut up. Yes, please buy the lyrics. No, buy the lipstick for more such songs. तौबा तुम्हारे ये इशारे टिंग टिंग हम तो दीवाने हैं तुम्हारे टिंग टिंग राज ये कैसे खोल रही हो. That's weird. तुम आँखों से बोल रही हो जादू आते हैं तुमको सारे. Who sings for you guys with the music? Nobody. You better buy some lipstick now. Ding ding. Okay, we will now go back to dark energy.
Playing right now.
Hey Google, shut up. What does the ding dings mean? Hello Nanya, hello Raphael, hello MGA, hello Lil Druzy, hello Not By Chance, hello Harsh. It sounds better in Hindi. It does sound better in Hindi. Okay. The supernovas used in Perlmutter's and Schmidt's studies are worth their weight in fusionable nuclei. So there is a lot of importance with this supernova data that we just talked about, with giving us the expansion. Oh, thank you so much. Somebody has done a 6-7 gift. Hello from Switzerland, Rafael Stefanski. How is your day going? Hello. Hello, Banana. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Jeremy. Hello, Joe Dirt. Hello, everybody. I use my heart. Hello, Tricky. So, thank you so much for the gifts, by the way, Jeanette. So, oh, thank you guys so much for the gifts. Hello, Zombie, Donkey. Oh. Okay, so the supernovas, we just talked about the supernova data, which gave us this evidence of the expansion of the universe, which was really intriguing, not really expected, especially the fact that it was accelerating. And this was in 1998, okay? So your day just started well. Welcome to the live session. We're talking about dark energy. Please do pay attention as you wake up. Thank you so much. Like, share, and subscribe, my darlings. The supernovas that were used in this data set were important. Within certain limits, each of those stars explodes the same way, igniting the same amount of fuel, releasing the same titanic amount of energy in the same amount of time, thereby reaching the same peak luminosity. So these things, the data set of supernovas wasn't just a random number of them. They did all these things in a very similar way. Thus, they serve as a kind of yardstick, or called the standard candle. So this is a standard candle in astronomy. Let me say once again, the stars exploded the same way, igniting the same amount of fuel, releasing the same titanic amount of energy in the same amount of time, thereby reaching the same peak luminosity. So they served as standard candles, and that is why they were used in this dark energy study or expansion study, because if they're the same peak luminosity, they should have the same, basically this luminosity that we should see, and any differences is due to the expansion of the universe, okay? Okay, thus they serve as a kind of yardstick or standard candle for calculating cosmic distances to the galaxies in which they explode out to the farthest reaches of the universe. So, calculating cosmic distances to the galaxies in which they explode out to the farthest reaches of the universe. So this far thing is very important. We're not talking about things happening close by or within, say, our local galaxy or even the local cluster. We're talking really far away, and we have these standard candles, standard candle, like just a candle that you burn in the home. The same thing in astronomy are this type of object or event, really, supernova, which all have the same peak luminosity. Standard candles simplify calculations immensely. Since the supernovas all have the same wattage, same power, the dim ones are far away and the bright ones are close by. Okay, so after measuring their brightness, which is a simple task in astronomy, we do this all the time. We, get the luminosities and we get those types of things all the time for sources and events. You can tell exactly how far they are from you and from one another. If the luminosities of the supernovas were all different, you could not use brightness alone to tell how far away one was in comparison with another. So it's very important to pick supernovas with the same brightnesses, because we want to be able to have that kind of be well understood and fixed, if you will, because basically same brightness, far away means they're farther away. Closer ones will be more bright because of being closer, not because of that wattage being different, okay? So if the luminosities of the supernovas were all different, you could not use brightness alone to tell how far away one was in comparison with one another. A dim one could be either a high wattage bulb far away or a low wattage bulb close up, all fine. But there's a second way to measure the distance to galaxies, their speed of recession from our Milky Way. Recession that's part and parcel of the overall cosmic expansion. As Hubble was the first to show, the expanding universe makes distant objects race away from us faster than nearby ones. So this type of expansion, this type of acceleration, also the overall cosmic expansion, the expanding universe makes the distant objects race away from us faster than nearby ones. So keep that in mind. So by measuring a galaxy's speed of recession, another simple task, one can deduce a galaxy's distance. So this brightness way and also the speed way. Okay. If those two well-tested methods give different distances for the same object, something must be wrong. So one way is the brightness way, the other way is the speed way. If this is being done to measure the distances and you get something else, then there is something else at play, and we're getting into that. Either the supernovas are bad standard candles, or our model for the rate of cosmic expansion as measured by galaxy speeds is wrong. So this is also where it's very important that competing teams and multiple teams in different places did this work, because if they're all agreeing and they didn't have to agree, then that means a lot more. So there is something going on that we need to figure out, okay? Well, something was wrong. It turned out that the supernovas were splendid standard candles. They do have the same peak luminosity. They are standard candles. They do the same wattage, basically. But it turned out that the supernovas were splendid standard candles, surviving the careful scrutiny of many skeptical investigators, and so astrophysicists were left with a universe that had expanded faster than we thought. Okay? Because they put in the cosmological models in these mathematics, which uses a different expansion, not as fast as we would have expected. And so now that model of the cosmology needs to be updated, which is fine, because of course we can, think up a cosmological model and then update and tune according to what would fit our experimental observations, after, of course, verifying that those observations and measurements are correct. Okay? So it turned out supernovas were fine. It's just that we did have faster expansion than we thought, placing galaxies farther away than their recession speed would have otherwise indicated. And there was no easy way to explain the extra expansion without invoking lambda, Einstein's cosmological constant, which is the dark energy or the anti-gravity term that Einstein had to invoke into his equations a long time ago, but then which he kind of threw a tantrum over, because when he invoked it, he didn't think that the universe was expanding. He thought he was doing it to keep the universe stable or static, but actually the universe ended up being one that expands. Here was the first direct evidence that a repulsive force permeated the universe. A repulsive force. We took a break and back to intelligence, yes. Of course, always. 1 second, let me take these pins off. Where's the other one? I don't even know what pins are in my hair. Well, physics is why. It is about why, but sometimes we discover things that we don't understand, and we have to probe further, okay? So here, 1998 supernova data, universe is expanding, and also that expansion is speeding up, is the first, and it's not going to happen without an anti-gravity term, which funnily enough was invoked by Einstein over 100 years ago, and then he kind of didn't like it. So here was the first evidence, direct evidence, that a repulsive force permeated the universe. opposing gravity, which is how and why the cosmological constant rose from the dead. Lambda suddenly acquired a physical reality that needed a name, and so dark energy took center stage in the cosmic drama, suitably capturing both the mystery and our associated ignorance of its cause. So we just called it dark energy. We could have called it something else, but we called it dark energy. Perlmutter, Schmidt, and Rees justifiably shared the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics for this discovery. So this discovery was given the Nobel Prize in 2011. The most accurate measurements to date reveal dark energy as the most prominent thing in town, currently responsible for 68% of all the mass energy in the universe. Dark matter comprises 27%, with regular matter comprising a mere 5%. Dark energy, aka a baddie low. Will there be a quiz? Yes, there will be a quiz. Please do pay attention. The shape of our four-dimensional universe comes from the relationship between the amount of matter and energy that lives in the cosmos and the rate at which the cosmos is expanding. A convenient mathematical measurement of this is omega. Omega, yet another capital Greek letter. So this is big omega, with a firm grip on the cosmos. If you take the matter energy density of the universe and divide it by the matter energy density required to just barely halt the expansion, known as the critical density, you get omega. Since both mass and energy cause space-time to warp or curve, omega tells us the shape of the cosmos. If omega is less than 1, the actual mass energy falls below the critical value, and the universe expands forever in every direction for all of time, taking on the shape of a saddle in which initially parallel lines diverge. So by the way, you can play with different omega values. It's not like that's not allowed. You can on the computer in a simulation and a model, but then you have to compare what you're getting with what's actually observed experimentally, and you would update accordingly. It's okay to iterate with these different values of, say, omega, okay? So there is that. So just keep in mind that this expansion news, or this discovery of the expansion, the speeding of all that, really told us something about dark energy that we did not know. We did not think that there was so much contribution of dark energy to the energy density of the universe. We didn't know that. It sounds like the cosmic ingredient, which is dark energy, whatever that is a very dominant one. It's a very dominant one, more dominant than we thought, okay? So once again, currently responsible for 68% of all the mass energy in the universe. Dark matter is 27% and ordinary matter is 5%. So we didn't probably realize that we're in an era of the universe's evolution where it is so dark energy dominated, okay? And even under the total matter fraction of the energy density, really it's more dark matter and much less ordinary matter. But also keep in mind that this is for the more recent times. The universe wasn't always like this. We are also talking different evolution stages of the universe. Remember how when the universe got started, it was radiation dominated, okay? Then at some point it was more matter dominated and things like that. Dark matter is something we discussed in previous lives, recently, last few lives. So you should go check those out. Currently, we're on the topic of dark energy, which is also a mystery, even bigger mystery. And I mean, maybe as big of a mystery really, but also unsolved. And it sounds like it really dominates this universe, okay? So it's good to understand it and figure it out. But that's where things are. And like we're doing a bit of probing into it with this omega situation as well. So we'll keep going here. But yeah, once again, the cosmic ingredients are photons, neutrinos, baryons, dark matter, dark energy. See, five things, out of which dark energy, 70%. dark matter 25%, ordinary matter or the baryons 5%. So, okay, if omega, this omega that we just talked about, if omega equals 1, the universe expands forever, but only barely so. So a lot depends on the omega. It's kind of like we've come up with the omega, and you can give it different values, and those will give you different types of universes. Dark matter is a type of matter, as far as we can understand, and it affects our gravitational. So it's much more of a matter or gravitation related topic. Dark energy has to do with the universe's expansion, and it's sometimes called an anti-gravity effect. Those are the differences between dark matter and dark energy in a nutshell. Please do see all our lives for more details. You don't have to trust me. I am just a person on YouTube, but I do have a PhD in physics. I mean, even that is something I'm saying. So you'd have to probe a bit further to really verify that. Okay? So anyways, if in that case the shape is flat. So if omega equals 1 and the universe expands forever, but only barely so, in that case the shape is flat. We're talking about the universe, not the earth. So please pay attention. This is sort of a tricky topic because we're not talking about the universe. We're talking about cosmology. Nothing local, okay? Nothing local. So in that case, the shape is flat, preserving all the geometric rules we learned in high school about parallel lines. If omega exceeds 1, parallel lines converge, and the universe curves back on itself, ultimately recollapsing into the fireball whence it came. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier that this expansion news or this expansion evidence is also something that confirms to us about the Big Bang Theory. Okay? So this is actually one more way in which we know that the Big Bang Theory is correct, at least to a large extent. It is one more evidence in favor of the Big Bang Theory. Whenever we talk about a theory, of course, it has to be experimentally verified, right? So some things can line up with it, some things don't have to. This actually does line up with it, okay? Yes, so if omega exceeds 1, parallel lines converge and the universe curves back on itself, ultimately recollapsing into the fireball. So depending on this omega, you can have a universe that keeps on expanding, that just keeps on expanding to barely keep up with only barely so, like it keeps on expanding, but only barely so. Or you can have, depending on the omega number, you can also have a universe that actually recollapses. So in other words, we can have these different models of the universe, and that's completely fine. But then, of course, only one will probably line up with what we see experimentally in these current times, okay? At no time since Hubble discovered the expanding universe has any team of observers ever reliably measured omega to be anywhere close to 1. Adding up all the mass and energy their telescopes could see and even extrapolating beyond these limits, dark matter included, the biggest values from the best observations topped out at about 0.3. So this omega number there are different measurements of it. So once again, we have talked about this type of thing from the other book Scott Doodleson wrote, which has got more details. But we think that this omega number, we've seen some variations of it from experiment, but 0.3 is about, sounds like it's a top value. As far as observers were concerned, the universe was open for business, riding a one-way saddle into the future. So it looks like that this omega number was about 0.3. Oh, hello, Stephen. You're here. So meanwhile, so once again, this universe can be open, closed, all this time. Open, closed meaning about the expansion, you know, like will it expand forever? Will it recollapse, etc.? And so depending on this omega number, now we think that it's going to be, what do you call? It's going to be open, okay? So meanwhile, beginning in 1979, sure, we are making these measurements currently. You never know. I mean, the universe could definitely evolve to something else. We certainly don't know everything, Alice. Agreed. So meanwhile, beginning in 1979, the American physicist Alan H. Guth of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and others advanced an adjustment to the Big Bang theory that cleared up some nagging problems with getting our universe to be as smoothly filled with matter and energy as ours is known to be. So a fundamental byproduct of this update to the Big Bang was that it drives omega toward 1, not toward a half. Oh, really? Very true. New things get found all the time. So a fundamental byproduct of this update to the Big Bang was that it drives omega toward 1. Not toward a half, not toward 2, not toward a million, toward 1. Hardly a theorist in the world had a problem with that requirement because it helped get the Big Bang to account for the global properties of the known universe. There was, however, another little problem. The update predicted 3 times as much mass energy as observers could find. Undeterred, the theorists said the observers just weren't looking hard enough. At the end of the tallies, visible matter alone could account for no more than 5% of the critical density. How about the mysterious dark matter? So guys, here it is. It's back. Hello, Mickey Man. We can't forget about the other mystery that we have spoken of, which is dark matter. Okay? It also comes back into this business, of course, because we're talking about the cosmos. In the cosmos, there is dark energy to deal with, there's dark matter to deal with, and then there is also ordinary matter. So, dark matter just joined the chat. I love that. Thank you, Bendy. Bendy. Hello. Thank you so much for that comment. I love it. Hello, Malia. Thank you so much. Hello, Jaden. They added that too. Nobody knew what it was, and we still don't know what it is. But surely it contributed to the totals, so you have to take into account. So this is where dark matter is important, of course. I mean, it's not the same as dark energy. The two things are quite different, okay? But as far as like one has to do with gravitation, the other one has to do with anti-gravitation, and quite different, quite opposite, if you will. But where they do have to come together is when you tally up all the totals. I keep repeating the cosmic ingredients because this is where, when you add everything that there is in the universe into the energy density of the universe, you do have to take into account the dark matter contribution of it. Otherwise, your math will be kind of off. Okay, so nobody knew what it was, and we still don't know what it is. So even if you don't know what it is, you still have to account for it. Okay, because we always work with what we know at the time. We don't have to understand the particle nature of dark matter when we properly do the mathematics of the energy density of the universe, as best as we can, anyways. Okay, so we still don't know what it is, but surely it contributed to the totals. From there, we get 5 or 6 times as much dark matter as visible matter. But that's still way too little. Observers were at a loss, and the theorists answered, "Keep looking." Both camps were sure the other was wrong. Until the discovery of dark energy. That single component, when added to the ordinary matter and the ordinary energy and dark matter, raised the mass energy density of the universe to the critical level. Simultaneously satisfying both the observers and the theorists. So now we have the critical density, which incorporates dark matter, ordinary matter, dark energy, ordinary energy, all of that. And then we get something that makes sense for the critical energy density of the current universe, okay? Without that, you will be kind of off, okay? So now people agreed. Before that, people might have been fighting. So for the first time, the theorists and observers kissed and made up. Both in their own way were correct. Omega does equal 1. Just as the theorists demanded of the universe, even though you can't get there by adding up all the matter, dark or otherwise, as they have naively presumed. There's no more matter running around the cosmos today than had ever been estimated by the observers. Nobody had foreseen the dominating presence of cosmic dark energy, nor had anybody imagined it as the great reconciler of differences. So this thing, they didn't expect it. So what I'm also saying is, even now, even as recent as 1998, 2011, all these dates are pretty recent, much more recent than 100 years ago or over 100 years ago. But basically, even now we're seeing things that are kind of unexpected in that sense, right? Things that surprise us. So imagine when Einstein was doing his general relativity theory in 1916, of course he was operating from not knowing all these things. And so it's okay if there were things then that were a little bit missing, and we just have to update our understanding and theories accordingly. The Big Bang, the show, by the way, the science advisor of that show is a collaborator of mine. So yeah, we did inspire the Big Bang show. I recommend this YouTube channel, Baji and Physics. I mean, Stephen Hawking died. This is Neil deGrasse we're reading. Are you trying to... You could look up my advisor, Dr. Amy Connolly. She does more particle stuff.
Hello, Jeremy. You know, I used this line at a bar once. A guy, I told somebody, they were like trying to get to know me, and they asked me what I like do, and I said I told him about this, and I said I talk about the Big Bang and all this cosmology stuff and physics and astronomy, and they're like, I have a Big Bang for you in my pants or something, and I said no, that's not the Big Bang, that's a little bang. So there you go. You reminded me of that. And there was a younger lady present as well. And I thought that she really liked the joke. And she felt good, which is what I really liked in that moment. And then he was like, "Oh, you're saying little bang to me. Oh my God, we just met." And I'm like, "Well, I'm just saying that, you know, the Big Bang was actually not big. Universe was so tiny at that time. So what do you have against tiny things? It's okay." And then I told him, "You should just come to my channel and come to these lives, and then you'll understand better what I'm talking about. And I think you'll have better context." And he was like, you're always all business. First you call me Little Bang, and then you're trying to sell me your business. I'm like, well, there is that as well. Okay, so what is this stuff? What is dark energy? Nobody knows. The closest anybody has come is to presume dark energy is a quantum effect. So we don't really know what dark energy is, by the way. Did I tell you guys that we don't know what dark energy exactly is? It is an unsolved mystery. Top 3, I would say. Top number, I mean, I think dark energy is probably the number 1 unsolved mystery at this point, followed by dark matter, followed by origin of elements, where we don't really know all of the elements, how they were made. We know some, but not all. Can you please like, share, and subscribe, everybody? Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much, by the way. Really love it. All your supports. Thank you for subscribing. Oh my gosh. I'm not texting. Hi, Jill. You can fall asleep to this. I don't mind at all. You can play this in the background while you're sleeping.
You can go and rewind later on when you're awake. You can listen to it at work. And there are lots of episodes saved under the live tab of the channel, so you should go play any of them anytime to get up to date on what we covered. And feel free to play it as you're doing other things. Working, playing, sleeping. Are you also a dark matter affiliate? That is true. The dark matter I sell on here earns commission. Well, can you subscribe, my darling? Defenso, Jeremy, Tricky. Ooh, I'm gonna do the top fans in a second here again. You guys have been so good to me. Thank you. Okay. So the top fans of this chat are number 1, Acacio, my friend Acacio. Thank you so much. Acacio has done a super chat. Thank you so much, Acacio. Number 2, Mr. Drew. Mr. Drew also did a super chat, so that's why I think he did a couple of super chats, so that's why he's number 2. Number 3 is Casual Burrito. Thank you for the gifts, Casual Burrito. Number 4 is Joe Dirt. Number 5 is Godzilla. Number 6 is Top Notch. Number 7 is Alice. Oh, thank you, Alice. Really appreciate your comments and discussion. Appreciate you. Please do subscribe. Thank you. And come back to all my lives and you can tell me where I'm wrong there as well. Number 8 is It's Tricky. Number 9 is Space-Time Entanglement. Number 9, thank you. Number 10 is Leg Mag. Number 11 is Reese. Oh, thank you, Reese. Reese is also the mod. Thank you so much, Reese, and hope everything is going well with you and your newborn baby. Number 12 is Slay You M Salsa. Number 13 is Steven. Oh my gosh, Steven. Hello, my darling friend. Number 14 is Willie Pugh. Number 15 is Sade. Number 16 is Colin. Number 17 is Lord Byron. Lord Byron, we are any day now. We should be covering some romantic poetry. Number 18 is Antineo, as in like an anti-neutrino. Got it. Number 19 is 18 kg Champ. Number 20 is Sam T. Number 21 is Brown. Thank you, Brown. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you very much. How do you pronounce the channel name? Baji in Physics, and the username is Oindree B. That is my name, Oindree. Sorry for saying you were wrong. I did not understand. That's okay. That's okay, Alice. Keep coming back to my lives and we can have a hearty discussion. No worries at all. Oh. It's Tricky says, I just want to be friends. Oh, thank you. Alice, what do you do? Do you work with dark matter or dark energy? Would love to hear about your research as well. I know there are some grad students, PhD, postdocs, and people that sometimes join, and so we would love to hear what you do as well. Reese, yeah. Reese's the mod. He's an old subscriber. Hello, Mr. Nate. Oindree B. Oindree B. Okay, so we will keep going for a bit here. So what is this stuff, which is dark energy? Nobody knows. The closest anybody has come is to presume dark energy is a quantum effect. It's kind of like we're trying to get it, you know, we're trying to understand, but we don't know. As I said, there are even current efforts. There is this one effort called Dark Energy Survey, which you should totally look up. At this point, it's kind of old. It's been around for several years. I think they're done, and just looking at the data now, more recent and newer effort is the DESI experiment, Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument. So I'm naming some collaborative efforts to understand better about dark energy, because as you can see from our reading and discussion here, that there is this thing, it's kind of important, and we don't really understand it. What is this thing? We don't get it, right? We see its effects, but we don't understand exactly what it is. So we have to research it further, and for that there are certain efforts, and some of this, I mean, a lot of these efforts are, I mean, if not all of these efforts, are actually very big, like worldwide, global, collaborative efforts with like hundreds, thousands, in some cases, people working on them, collecting data, looking deeper into the sky and covering, you know, more sky or farther away, all these things. And they also need to have better, more modern technology sometimes, and they have to like upgrade their abilities to observe. So for that purpose, Dark Energy Survey, or the DES collaboration, is one that has been that was active for a while, and then sort of the upgrade to that is the DESI experiment, where they wanted spectroscopic data for these purposes. Okay, so it's good to know the history and sort of the backstory of these current efforts, because then you can really understand the motivation a bit better. Because sometimes when you're really in the weeds of the current research, it's easy to kind of forget, well, why is this important? Where does this come from? Like, maybe we weren't around in 1998 and we want to know, like, what is going on, right? So this is where we are at the moment. But keep in mind that you can always look up the more current research as well. We did talk about Dark Energy Survey and Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, but a quick search will also give you those things with that search engine that we all love. If I say it, it will start speaking to me, so I will not. So nobody knows. The closest anybody has come is to presume dark energy is a quantum effect. And it may very well be, right? Where the vacuum of space, instead of being empty, actually seeds with particles and their antimatter counterparts. They pop in and out of existence in pairs and don't last long enough to be measured. That's just taught me think of something. Don't last long enough. Okay, we'll keep going. I just thought of something. They pop in and out of existence in pairs and don't last long enough to be measured. Their transient existence it's like if there is some matter, and what I was thinking about is that it's just a thought, but I wonder if there was some antimatter matter from the Big Bang that we don't know about in the CMB, and that is doing something as dark energy. Okay, we'll keep going. Anyways, what I'm thinking is along those lines of quantum effects. They pop in and out of existence in pairs and don't last long enough to be measured. And by the way, this whole particle-antiparticle pairs popping in and out, this is nothing so atrocious or so weird. In fact, this is part of what we have talked about also in the past in reference to black holes having a temperature. Remember, we talked about these types of quantum effects as to why black holes have a radiation and black holes end up having a temperature, according to Stephen Hawking. So sometimes certain things may not be so obvious classically, but they do have an explanation in quantum, and they can be you can say things using quantum mechanics, and the uncertainty principle comes to the rescue, basically, of something that you want to explain. I wonder if there was some part of that cosmic soup that like detached or something and then started to be part of this like expansion. Could that be the case? Anyway, we'll keep going. The remarkable legacy of quantum physics, the science of the small, demands that we give this idea serious attention. Each pair of virtual particles exerts a little bit of outward pressure as it ever so briefly elbows its way into space. So it adds up. Each little pair of virtual particles exerts a little bit of outward pressure as it ever so briefly elbows its way into space. Unfortunately, when you estimate the amount of repulsive vacuum pressure that arises from the abbreviated lives of virtual particles, the result is more than 10 to the 120 times larger than the experimentally determined value of the cosmological constant. This is a stupidly large factor, leading to the biggest mismatch between theory and observation in the history of science. Yes, we're clueless. So this type of thing, I guess they thought about. The cosmic soup of photons, electrons, positrons is what I was thinking of. More particles, more heat, more mass, more space. Anyway, they thought of this. Thank you for the gift, Pyramid 7. So this topic gets me thinking because it's a current mystery. It's definitely not just a topic that we can talk of like it's in history, right? It's a current mystery. So it really makes me think, actually. This stream is about dark energy. So anyway, we're clueless. It's not abject cluelessness. Dark energy is not adrift with nary a theory to anchor it. Thank you, Mr. Vision. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Dark energy inhabits one of the safest harbors we can imagine. Einstein's equations of general relativity. So we did get our first dark energy clues, if you will, from Einstein's general theory of relativity, because remember, the cosmological constant, which is now associated with dark energy, was really proposed by Einstein to make his equations stable-like, right? So it's the cosmological constant, after all. It's lambda. Whatever dark energy turns out to be, we already know how to measure it and how to calculate its effects on the past, present, and future of the cosmos. Without a doubt, Einstein's greatest blunder was having declared that lambda was his greatest blunder. So the fact that Einstein got a bit riled about his cosmological constant, thinking that he shouldn't have done it because it ended up that the universe was expanding, but actually he was too hard on himself. The fact that he put it into his equations, he put the cosmological constant into the equation, the fact that he put the cosmological constant in the equation at all is okay, even though his motivation might have been to make things static in the universe, to make the universe static under his equations. But the fact is that it actually progressed us in the right direction, and then you just need a bit of update. You don't need to throw it out. So the fact that Neil deGrasse is saying, and I think I agree, that the fact that you thought that the cosmological constant was your greatest blunder is the greatest blunder. It's okay that the idea was a bit wrong, as in he was trying to make the universe static. That's okay, because it was towards the right direction. There is an anti-gravity effect. There is something going on here that we don't understand. And it's okay to get the math started to reflect that versus not having it at all, right? It turns out that there's an anti-gravity term that actually makes the universe expand, and he put in an anti-gravity term that made the universe static. So I think he was on the right track, right? And we all think, I think, that he was on the right track, but he just got a bit embarrassed by it, and that's fine. He's only human. Einstein was not actually directly involved in the atomic bomb, if that's what you mean. They didn't trust him with it. We talked about that as well in the past. You should go to our lives where we talked about Einstein's Cosmos, the book by Michio Kaku. Okay? He was consulted, but he was not part of the program directly for the bomb. Okay? The fact that they used E equals mc squared for a weapon is not his fault. Alice is saying, thank you for actually having this conversation. You're brave and I commend you. Thank you, darling. Sandra is saying, are you girl or boy? Hello, Sandra. Okay, that is now, I understand now, because Alice was saying she's a girl, be nice. I'm like, wait, are you saying be nice only because I'm a girl? But now I get it. Okay. Someone asked if I'm a girl or boy. Are those the only options? I could be non-binary. I'm a girl, but why do you put it like that? Are you a girl or boy? That makes it very binary. And this channel is LGBTQIA++ friendly. So don't just assume that people can only be girls or boys. Having said that, I'm a girl. In all seriousness, I just can't keep a straight face overall in life, but don't mess with me. In fact, don't mess with the LGBTQIA++ community. How about that? Thank you, everybody, indeed, for being here and taking part in this physics discussion covering cosmology, astronomy, astrophysics, and such. Today's topic was dark energy. Thank you for all your inputs and comments and chat messages. I do hope that you will come back to many other lives in the future and that you look up all the past lives and play them in the background while you're doing other things or watch them or sleep to them or whatever. But I hope that you enjoy, and thank you so much, everybody. And if you see this as a video later on, please do like and share and subscribe, and please do leave a comment. Everybody, please leave a comment under the video when it posts. It always posts a bit after the live is done. So thank you. Somebody asked about demonic energy. Okay, well, we're talking about dark energy, but if you want to call it demonic energy, sure. As long as some of the cosmology is getting out there. The smallest unit of energy an atom can gain or lose fundamental. Okay. Top notch, we do talk about settling on Mars as well. It's been done in the past, as in the live on that has been done in I had a whole live stream on how some people should definitely go to Mars. Do it. Very similar seasons as us, because Mars's tilt is similar to ours, but of course a bit cooler than here because it's farther away. To continue the but tonight my brain is in the cosmology area, and so I don't care about Mars right now. Mars is too local for me. To contain the what? Is it dark hair and dark eyes? Okay. Quantum leap? What do you mean? You like the topic, or what did they say you get to Mars? Thank you, Juliana. Oh my gosh. I just wanted to let you know I hope you had or have the best day and the best Christmas and the best New Year's, and love you, and I love supporting you. Thank you, Juliana, my darling. I really appreciate you. Yes. Oh, Quantum Leap was a show. Okay. Thank you. Hello, Ray. Oh. It's not cosmetology, it's cosmology. The one what we discussed tonight, actually, we discussed a bit of cosmetology with that lipstick ad as well. Sorry. But other than that, it's all been cosmology, actually. There's two things. Cosmetology is the lipstick I put on and tagged as a product for monies. But cosmology is the study of the universe, which we have been speaking about. Baji is not behind me right now. He might have gone upstairs. Thank you, Raphael. Thank you for stopping by. So, next time, which will be tomorrow. Baji is the name of my son who is a cat. And, he is probably currently gone upstairs. Can we get 200 likes if you see this as a video later on posted afterwards? Please do leave me a comment. Like, share, and subscribe. Please share it with your friends and other lovers of physics. Please buy some lipstick. Please buy some of the books I tag on the YouTube shopping feature, and so on and so forth. And I appreciate all your support. Thank you. The channel is Baji and Physics, and my username is Oindree. Thank you, Jeremy. I've never seen the Kardashians other than like indirectly, but thank you. I mean, I've seen them, but I don't know which is which. I don't watch them. You could buy some lipstick for your dog, but maybe don't put it on the doggy. I don't want to accidentally do anything wrong to a dog. That would be bad. आपका email क्या है? It's oindree@gmail.com. Welcome, Ireland. I don't know if there's anything bad in the lipstick, but just I wouldn't put it on a dog. I would be protective of dogs and cats. So by the way, we are almost to the end of this chapter on dark energy from this book called called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry by Neil deGrasse Tyson. But I think we will finish it up tomorrow. We might go back a little bit, discuss some more, and finish it fully tomorrow. So I'm gonna put a little bookmark on it, and then we will talk about cosmos on the table. So all the things I talked about with the cosmic ingredients, I think another little take on that will be given to us here by Neil deGrasse. You have unnoticed dimples. Thank you, universe, for all your help, support, protection, blessings, kindness, and guidance. That is my little prayer, actually. Okay, so I will put a little fold in this page so I know to start back here. If you want to listen all day, then I have very many more episodes posted under the live tab of this channel. Please do find them. Thank you. We will certainly pick this back up tomorrow. It's actually Oindree B, as in Oindree. B as in BEE is the username, but my email is actually in the channel description. It is Oindree, just B, @gmail.com. But if you're emailing me, I'm actually going to start doing member-only lives where I would go into more detail on topics that people are more specifically interested in and whatnot. I'll show you the back of this book. So if you are doing that, then you might want to just become a member. It's very cheap, like a monthly membership fee, and that might be easier because I'm starting to get like a lot of emails and messages at this point, and it's kind of hard to keep track of that. So by the way, also thank you for the likes and the shares and the subscribes, and can we get 200 likes? I just saw the number up there. So if you are interested in specific topics, specific things you want me to discuss or to discuss together during the lives, then I'm trying to gather a round of people who just become the members, and then we can do member-only lives and go over the specific topics. And that would be also a benefit of becoming a member, but also better, easier for me to keep track of what's going on rather than go through emails and spend. Then we can just do it live, okay? Alice is saying her brows are beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Alice. Oh my God. All right, well, I'm getting a little tired. Appreciated all of the discussions and conversation, guys. Mwah. Like, share, and subscribe. What is a particle? Oh, somebody said fix them brows. Oh. That makes a lot of sense. I thought Alice was randomly saying that my brows are beautiful, and I'm like, oh, well, thanks. Oh, God, you guys are funny. It's crooked. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Good night. I think I may become a member. Please do. Thank you for your support. It's a cheap membership fee and it can greatly help me to organize things and also help support this channel, which can be a lot of work to do without having the support. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get 200 likes? Just that it's a nice number. Any last good nights, sleep tights, messages? Let me know because we're about to sign off. Thank you. We're about to sign off. Lord Byron! Lord Byron, thank you for the gift. Lord Byron, bye-bye. Good night. Thank you, thank you. Salam. Got weird. It got weird in here quick. Hello, Arthi. Sent 10,000. What do you mean? Did you send me $10,000 to my PayPal? That's in the description. Thank you so much, Arthi. If you did. I appreciate you very much. You can send me 10,000 of whatever currency is comfortable for you. I appreciate you, my darling. Somebody's saying, please go through this video, sister, about existing facts of godly power of humans. I need to get a P.O. box. You're right. I can send you the Vedas. What's your P.O. box? I will. I need to get a business P.O. box and share it so that people can send me the Vedas and whatever other books they want to send or whatever. But please don't send anything too naughty. I'll keep checking in when that happens. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, and I mean it too. I want you to send me the Vedas. I really do. I will share it on the channel. Here, I got the Vedas. I love it. Somebody said, Please go through this video, sister, about existing facts of godly power of humans. I don't know what that means, but thank you. धीरे चलना, धीरे चलना, धीरे चलना. I have to go to bed, guys. Good night and sleep tight. Mwah. Please come back tomorrow, or I'll be so sad and by myself with, oh shoot. You know what? The phone's gonna die. If the phone dies, I love you so much. Good night. Sleep tight.